Welcome to History and Sleep, the channel where we dive into the remarkable, the unforgettable, and the stories that shape our world, all while helping you drift into a state of calm and reflection. Tonight, we're exploring the life and teachings of Jesus, one of the most influential figures in human history. This is the story of a man whose message of love, compassion, and faith transcended his time and reshaped civilizations. From his humble beginnings in Nazareth to his profound impact on millions of lives, the story of Jesus invites us to reflect on the enduring power of hope and forgiveness. As you settle in and listen, feel free to share in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is. It's always incredible to see how stories like this connect us across time zones and borders. If you enjoy thoughtful explorations of history and the lives of extraordinary individuals, don't forget to subscribe to History and Sleep for more. Now take a deep breath, let the calmness of the night surround you, and allow this extraordinary story to guide you into a world where faith and love inspire the human spirit. In a land of rolling hills, ancient olive trees and desert winds, the region of Judea lay under the vast starry sky. It was a quiet, cool night in the small town of Bethlehem. The streets were still, save for the gentle rustling of leaves and the faint sounds of animals in the distance. In a humble stable, surrounded by the soft glow of lantern light and the warmth of resting animals, a child was born. His name was Jesus. His mother, Mary, wrapped him in swaddling clothes and held him close, her eyes filled with wonder and love. Beside her, her husband Joseph watched over them protectively. This child's arrival had been foretold by angels and marked by a brilliant star that shone brightly above the stable. Shepherds came from the fields, their faces full of awe as they knelt to honour the newborn. Wise men from distant lands, guided by the star, brought gifts of gold, frankincense and myrrh. This moment of peace and simplicity marked the beginning of a life that would change the world. Jesus grew up in the town of Nazareth, a small village surrounded by hills and fields. The days were filled with the sounds of daily life, the clinking of tools in Joseph's carpenter shop, the soft voices of neighbours, and the calls of birds overhead. Jesus helped Joseph with his work, learning to shape wood with care and precision. Life was simple, yet each moment was infused with quiet purpose. The young boy's eyes were filled with curiosity, and his heart was gentle and kind. When Jesus was 12 years old, he travelled with his family to the great city of Jerusalem for the Passover festival. The city was alive with energy, filled with pilgrims from far and wide. After the celebrations, as his family began the journey home, they realized that Jesus was not with them. In a moment of worry, they returned to the city and found him in the temple. He was sitting among the teachers, listening and asking questions. His understanding amazed those who heard him. When Mary asked why he had stayed behind, he answered softly, "Did you not know that I must be in my Father's house?" The years passed, and Jesus grew into a man. At the age of 30, he began his ministry. He travelled to the Jordan River, where his cousin John the Baptist was calling people to repentance. As Jesus stepped into the cool waters, John baptized him. In that moment the heavens opened, and a gentle voice said, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." A sense of peace and purpose settled over him. From that day forward, Jesus began to teach and share his message. He walked from village to village, his sandals dusty from the journey, his heart full of love for the people he met. His voice was calm and soothing, his words simple yet filled with profound meaning. He spoke of love, forgiveness, and compassion. "Love your neighbour as yourself," he said. "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God." People gathered to hear him, their eyes filled with hope. He healed the sick, gave sight to the blind, and comforted those who were weary. His touch was gentle, his presence a source of peace. He met people where they were, in their daily lives, and invited them to see the world through the lens of love and kindness. Jesus called 12 men to be his closest followers, his disciples. They travelled with him, listened to his teachings, and witnessed his miracles. Together, they walked the dusty roads of Galilee and Judea, sharing simple meals beneath the open sky. The bond between them grew strong, a fellowship built on trust and shared purpose. One day, on a hillside overlooking the Sea of Galilee, a large crowd gathered to hear Jesus speak. The air was still, the sun casting a gentle warmth over the grass. His voice carried through the breeze, each word a balm for the soul. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. His teachings offered hope, reminding people of their worth and the boundless love of God. But not everyone welcomed his message. Religious leaders and those in power felt threatened by his teachings and his growing following. They questioned his authority and sought ways to silence him. Yet Jesus remained calm, his resolve unshaken. He continued to teach, to heal, and to spread his message of love and forgiveness. As his ministry continued, Jesus travelled to Jerusalem one final time. The city was bustling with preparations for the Passover festival. Crowds welcomed him with palm branches, shouting, "Hosanna!" But beneath the celebration lay a growing tension. He shared a final meal with his disciples, breaking bread and offering wine. "Do this in remembrance of me," he said softly. That night, in the quiet Garden of Gethsemane, Jesus prayed. The stars shone above, and the olive trees stood in silent witness. He knew what lay ahead. Soldiers came, and he was arrested, betrayed by one of his own. He was taken before the authorities, questioned and condemned. Though he had committed no crime, he accepted his fate with grace and humility. He carried his cross through the streets of Jerusalem, the weight heavy upon his shoulders. The journey was slow, each step filled with pain and determination. On a hill called Golgotha, he was crucified. The sky darkened, and a hush fell over the land. Even in his final moments, he spoke words of forgiveness. "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." As the sun set, his body was taken down and laid in a tomb. The world seemed to hold its breath, the weight of sorrow and loss hanging in the air. But the story did not end there. On the third day, the stone was rolled away, and the tomb was empty. His followers, filled with wonder and joy, saw him again. He had risen, a symbol of hope, redemption, and eternal love. Jesus' life, though marked by struggle and sacrifice, remains a testament to the power of compassion, forgiveness, and faith. His teachings continue to inspire millions, offering a path of peace and purpose. His story is a reminder that love endures, that hope rises even in the darkest moments, and that each of us carries within us the capacity for kindness and grace. As you drift deeper into sleep, let the story of Jesus' life bring you a sense of calm and comfort. Feel the gentle peace of his message settle over you, like a warm blanket of light. His journey, filled with love and sacrifice, reminds us of the quiet strength within our own hearts. Let the serenity of this story continue to wash over you, like a gentle tide drawing you further into rest. The life of Jesus of Nazareth is a story that transcends time, a narrative of love, sacrifice, and enduring hope. As you breathe softly, allow the echoes of his message to bring a sense of calm and comfort. Imagine the quiet streets of ancient Nazareth, the town where Jesus spent much of his early life. The air is cool, the distant hills bathed in the soft light of dawn. The scent of olive trees and wildflowers drifts through the breeze. This peaceful village, with its modest homes and narrow paths, was where he grew in wisdom and strength, surrounded by the rhythms of daily life. It was a place of simplicity, where each sunrise brought new possibilities, where every moment was a chance to learn and love. As you picture these scenes, feel the simplicity and peace of a world free from noise and distraction. The sound of soft footsteps on the earth, the whisper of the wind through the trees, and the gentle murmur of quiet conversations create a soothing backdrop. Jesus walked these streets, his heart already filled with a quiet purpose. His presence was one of kindness, humility, and unwavering love. Now imagine the rolling hills of Galilee, where Jesus often taught and spent time with his disciples. The landscape is serene, with fields of wildflowers swaying in the breeze. The Sea of Galilee stretches out before you, its surface shimmering under the morning sun. The gentle lapping of waves against the shore creates a calming rhythm. Jesus walked these shores sharing stories and parables that spoke to the hearts of those who listened. His words, like the steady waves, carried a sense of peace and clarity. The parables he told were simple, yet profound. He spoke of the Good Samaritan, a reminder to love and care for one another, regardless of differences. He shared the story of the prodigal son, illustrating the boundless nature of forgiveness and acceptance. Each story he told invited people to see the world through the lens of compassion, empathy, and understanding. As the sun sets over Galilee, the skies painted in hues of gold, pink, and lavender. Jesus and his disciples sit together on the grass, the warmth of the day fading into the cool of evening. They share bread and fish, the simple meal reminding them of life's basic joys. The bond between them is one of trust, friendship, and shared purpose. In this quiet moment, there is peace, a sense that everything is as it should be. Let this image fill your mind, the simplicity of life stripped down to its essence: companionship, kindness, and love. Jesus' journey was one of profound purpose, but it was also filled with these small, tender moments of connection. His life reminds us that even in the midst of challenges, there is beauty in simplicity and strength in unity. Now, imagine walking with him through the bustling streets of Jerusalem. The city is alive with energy, the sounds of merchants, travellers, and pilgrims blending together in a harmonious hum. The ancient stone buildings glow in the sunlight, their walls filled with centuries of stories. In this vibrant city, Jesus continued to teach, to heal, and to offer hope to those who felt lost or forgotten. Even as challenges and opposition grew, he faced each moment with grace and courage. His steps were steady, his heart unshaken. He knew that his path would lead to sacrifice, but his love for the world was greater than his fear of suffering. Each moment of his life was a reflection of his message: to love selflessly, to forgive endlessly, and to walk in peace. Picture the gentle stillness of the Garden of Gethsemane, where Jesus spent his final moments of solitude before his arrest. The olive trees stand as silent witnesses, their gnarled branches reaching out like ancient hands. The night air is cool, and the stars above shimmer faintly. In this place of quiet reflection, Jesus prayed, his heart filled with both sorrow and acceptance. Even in this moment of deep vulnerability, his love remained steadfast. As the story of his life reaches its end, the message of hope and resurrection lingers. The empty tomb, the rolled-away stone, and the joy of his followers who saw him again speak of renewal and the promise that love endures beyond even the darkest moments. His story does not end with loss, but with the triumph of light over darkness, hope over despair. Let these images settle gently in your mind, like leaves drifting onto a still pond. The life of Jesus is a story of unwavering love, of sacrifice that brings renewal, and of hope that rises like the dawn. His journey teaches us that even in moments of doubt or struggle, there is a quiet strength within each of us, a capacity for love and kindness that can transform the world. As you continue to breathe softly, feel the comfort of his message surrounding you like a warm blanket. You're safe, you're loved, and you're held in the quiet peace of this moment. Allow your mind to float gently on the currents of this story, the calming rhythm guiding you deeper into rest. As you drift further into relaxation, let the calmness of this story continue to embrace you. The life of Jesus of Nazareth is more than a historical tale. It is a gentle reminder of the boundless capacity for love, forgiveness, and hope that lives within us all. His journey is a thread woven into the fabric of time, stretching across centuries, touching hearts, and bringing comfort to those who seek peace. Imagine the soft light of dawn breaking over the hills of Galilee. The sky transitions from deep indigo to a gentle shade of gold, the first rays of sunlight spilling across the fields. The air is crisp and filled with the scent of dew-kissed grass. The world stirs quietly to life, and in this tranquil moment there is a sense of renewal, of infinite possibility. This peaceful scene mirrors the promise that each day offers, a chance to start anew, to embrace life with love and compassion. As you breathe deeply, picture Jesus walking along a dusty path, his sandals leaving faint imprints in the earth. The road stretches out before him, winding through olive groves and small villages. The breeze carries the sound of distant laughter, the clink of tools, the murmur of conversations. These simple, everyday moments were the backdrop to his teachings, a reminder that holiness and grace are often found in the ordinary rhythms of life. Jesus walked these roads not as a figure of wealth or power, but as a humble man with a message of hope. His heart was open to the weary, the broken, and the forgotten. He healed those in need, not just with his touch, but with his presence. The warmth of his compassion was like a light in the darkness, a balm for aching souls. His words, spoken softly and with love, offered solace and direction to those who wandered through life seeking meaning. Imagine now the stillness of a quiet lake at sunset, the water smooth and reflective like glass. The sky glows with hues of amber and violet, the last light of the day casting long shadows across the shore. Jesus and his disciples sit by the water's edge, their voices low and peaceful. The gentle lapping of the waves creates a calming rhythm, a reminder that even in the midst of life's storms, there is always a place of stillness, a refuge for the heart. In moments of solitude, Jesus often sought quiet places to pray, to reflect, and to find peace. The hills and gardens, the quiet shores and wilderness paths, these were his sanctuaries. Let this image guide you to your own place of stillness, a place where the noise of the world fades away and you are left with the comforting presence of peace. As you drift deeper, picture a star-filled night sky stretching endlessly above you. Each star is a beacon of light, a reminder of the infinite possibilities and the enduring presence of love and hope. Jesus' message, like these stars, shines brightly through the darkness, offering guidance, warmth, and assurance. His life teaches that even when the path is uncertain, the light of love can always lead us forward. Think of his gentle words, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." These words, spoken with tenderness, are an invitation to let go of your worries, your fears, and your burdens. In this moment, allow yourself to release anything that weighs you down. Let your mind and body relax fully, knowing that you are safe, loved, and cared for. The life of Jesus, filled with love, humility, and sacrifice, whispers to us that peace is not just something to be sought, it is something we can carry within us. His journey of compassion and forgiveness reminds us that kindness, no matter how small, has the power to change the world. Even in moments of difficulty there is hope, and even in moments of doubt there is faith. As you float in the comfort of this story, feel the warmth of peace settling over you, like the soft glow of morning light. Your breath is slow and steady, your body relaxed, your mind gently drifting. You are enveloped in a sense of stillness, a deep tranquility that invites you to rest fully and completely. Imagine Jesus' presence beside you, a quiet, reassuring presence that offers comfort without words. His life reminds us that we are never truly alone, that love is always with us, and that peace is always within reach. Allow this thought to settle in your heart, bringing a sense of security and calm. As the world around you fades into the gentle veil of sleep, know that this peace will remain with you. The story of Jesus, his love, his compassion, and his sacrifice lingers like a soft echo, guiding you into a night of deep restorative rest. Your journey into sleep is a journey into comfort, where the cares of the day dissolve and are replaced by warmth, hope, and serenity. Thank you for spending this time with us at History and Sleep. May the life of Jesus of Nazareth fill your dreams with peace, love, and quiet inspiration. May you wake refreshed, with a heart full of kindness, and a spirit ready to embrace the day. Sweet dreams, and until we meet again, rest well. Good night. Aristotle's story begins over 2,000 years ago, in 384 BCE, in the ancient city of Stagira, located in northern Greece. Born to a physician named Nicomachus and his wife Phaestis, Aristotle came into the world surrounded by a mix of science, medicine, and tradition. His father's role as the physician to the royal court of Macedon meant that Aristotle grew up in an environment deeply rooted in observation, inquiry, and the natural sciences. Even as a child, he showed a curious and inquisitive nature, traits that would come to define his life and work. However, Aristotle's early life was not without hardship. His parents passed away when he was still a boy, leaving him orphaned at a young age. Despite this loss, he was taken in by a guardian and received an education that emphasized both discipline and exploration. His early exposure to the workings of the natural world, combined with the structured environment of his upbringing, set the stage for his intellectual journey. At the age of 17, Aristotle travelled to Athens, the intellectual and cultural centre of the ancient world. There, he enrolled in Plato's academy, a prestigious school founded by the renowned philosopher Plato. Aristotle quickly distinguished himself as a brilliant student, one whose mind seemed boundless in its capacity for inquiry. For 20 years he studied under Plato, immersing himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the natural sciences. Though Aristotle greatly admired Plato, he did not always agree with his teacher's ideas. While Plato focused on the realm of ideal forms, Aristotle's mind was drawn to the tangible, the observable, and the concrete. He believed that understanding the world required examining it directly, through observation and experience. This difference in approach would later define Aristotle's own philosophy, setting it apart from that of his mentor. After Plato's death, Aristotle left Athens and began a period of travel and teaching. He journeyed across the Greek world, sharing his knowledge and expanding his understanding of different cultures and environments. During this time, he also married a woman named Pythias, with whom he would have a daughter. His travels brought him to the court of King Philip II of Macedon, where he was tasked with an extraordinary responsibility, tutoring the young prince, Alexander, who would later become known as Alexander the Great. Aristotle's influence on Alexander was profound. While the prince was destined for military conquest and political leadership, Aristotle introduced him to the worlds of philosophy, science, and ethics. He encouraged Alexander to think critically and to approach his rule with wisdom and fairness. Though their paths would eventually diverge, the relationship between teacher and student left a lasting impact on both. In 335 BCE, Aristotle returned to Athens and established his own school, the Lyceum. The Lyceum was more than just a place of learning. It was a community of thinkers and scholars dedicated to exploring every aspect of the world. Aristotle and his students walked the grounds of the Lyceum, engaging in discussions that range from biology and physics to ethics and politics. These peripatetic discussions, as they were called, became a hallmark of Aristotle's teaching style. Aristotle's curiosity knew no bounds. He sought to understand the world in its entirety, cataloguing plants and animals, studying the stars, and analysing human behaviour. His work was both broad and detailed, reflecting his belief that knowledge was interconnected. To Aristotle, understanding one aspect of the world helped illuminate the others. His contributions to philosophy were groundbreaking. Aristotle developed a system of logic that laid the foundation for scientific inquiry. He believed that knowledge could be built through observation, reasoning, and experimentation. This approach contrasted with the purely theoretical methods of his predecessors, and it marked the beginning of a more empirical way of thinking that would influence science for centuries to come. Aristotle's writings covered nearly every subject imaginable. He explored metaphysics, examining the nature of existence and reality. He wrote extensively on ethics, proposing that the goal of life was to achieve eudaimonia, or flourishing through the cultivation of virtue. In politics, he analysed the structures of government and society, emphasising the importance of balance and justice. Yet, Aristotle was not infallible. Like all thinkers of his time, his work was shaped by the cultural and historical context in which he lived. Some of his ideas, particularly those on natural hierarchy and gender roles, reflected the limitations of his era. Even so, his methods of inquiry and his commitment to understanding the world continue to resonate. As Aristotle's influence grew, so too did the challenges he faced. In his later years, political tensions in Athens made his position increasingly precarious. Following the death of Alexander the Great, anti-Macedonian sentiment in the city put Aristotle, with his ties to the Macedonian court, under scrutiny. Accused of impiety, he chose to leave Athens, reportedly saying that he would not allow the city to sin twice against philosophy, a reference to the execution of Socrates decades earlier. Aristotle spent his final years in the city of Chalcis, where he continued to write and reflect. He passed away in 322 BCE at the age of 62, leaving behind a legacy that would endure for millennia. His works, preserved and studied over the centuries, became a cornerstone of Western thought, influencing fields as diverse as science, ethics, politics, and art. As you reflect on Aristotle's life, let the calm rhythm of his story guide you into a peaceful state of relaxation. His journey reminds us of the power of curiosity, the value of inquiry, and the interconnectedness of all knowledge. Aristotle's life was not just about answers, It was about asking the right questions and seeking understanding in all things. Feel the quiet wisdom of his teachings as they settle in your mind, a gentle reminder that the pursuit of knowledge is a journey, not a destination. Let the story of Aristotle inspire you to embrace curiosity and to find wonder in the world around you. Now, as you drift off to sleep, imagine the serene halls of the Lyceum, the soft murmurs of philosophical discussions, and the gentle rustling of leaves as Aristotle and his students walk under the shade of ancient trees. Let these images carry you into restful dreams, where the wisdom of the past illuminates the infinite possibilities of tomorrow. As you continue to relax, let the profound legacy of Aristotle's life unfold in your mind. His dedication to understanding the world wasn't just about acquiring knowledge. It was about seeking harmony, balance, and truth in everything around him. Aristotle believed that knowledge was interconnected, and through his teachings, he encouraged others to see the unity between the natural world, human behaviour, and the cosmos itself. Imagine Aristotle walking through the Lyceum, the warm sun filtering through the trees as he engaged in thoughtful discussions with his students. His words carried a sense of purpose, guiding those who followed him to think critically and observe the world with care. These walks, known as peripatetic lectures, were not just a means of sharing knowledge, they were a journey of discovery, where every step brought new insights and understanding. Aristotle's influence reached far beyond his own lifetime. His writings were preserved and studied by scholars throughout history, shaping the foundations of many disciplines. In the Middle Ages, his works became central to both Islamic and European philosophy, earning him the title of the philosopher among medieval scholars. His contributions to logic, ethics, and the natural sciences provided a framework for future thinkers, from Thomas Aquinas to Galileo Galilei. In the realm of ethics, Aristotle's concept of virtue remains timeless. He believed that the key to a fulfilling life was finding the balance between extremes, a concept he called the golden mean. For Aristotle, courage lay between recklessness and cowardice, generosity between stinginess and extravagance. This philosophy of moderation offers a calming and thoughtful perspective, reminding us that harmony often lies in balance. As you reflect on these teachings, let their wisdom bring a sense of calm and clarity. The idea that life's challenges can be approached with balance and thoughtfulness is a comforting reminder that, even in times of uncertainty, there is a path forward that brings peace and understanding. Aristotle's work on the natural sciences was equally revolutionary. He believed that observation and experience were the keys to understanding the world. He meticulously studied plants, animals, and celestial phenomena, striving to uncover the principles that governed their existence. His efforts to categorize and explain the natural world laid the groundwork for modern scientific inquiry, inspiring countless generations of researchers to follow in his footsteps. Picture Aristotle seated in quiet contemplation, surrounded by scrolls and diagrams, his mind alight with questions about the universe. The gentle hum of the world around him, the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds served as the backdrop to his endless curiosity. This serene image reminds us of the beauty of learning and the quiet joy of discovery. In his exploration of politics, Aristotle emphasized the importance of community and the role of government in promoting the common good. He studied different forms of governance, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses. His belief that humans are political animals underscores our innate desire for connection and cooperation. Aristotle's insights into the nature of society encourage us to think deeply about the ways we interact with one another and the systems we create to support our collective well-being. As the rain falls gently outside your window, imagine the ancient world Aristotle inhabited, a world filled with wonder, where the mysteries of existence invited exploration and understanding. Let his story remind you that curiosity is a gift, one that opens the door to endless possibilities. Now, as you drift deeper into relaxation, picture the stars shining above the Lyceum, their light guiding Aristotle and his students as they pondered the mysteries of life. The gentle rhythm of their footsteps, the soft murmur of their voices, and the stillness of the night create a peaceful atmosphere, one that invites you to find rest and serenity in your own journey. Aristotle's life was a testament to the power of inquiry, the joy of discovery, and the interconnectedness of all things. His teachings remind us that knowledge is not just about understanding the world, it's about finding our place within it and striving to live in harmony with ourselves and others. Let the quiet wisdom of Aristotle's journey settle into your thoughts as you rest. His legacy is not just one of intellectual brilliance, but of a life deeply dedicated to understanding the beauty and complexity of existence. Aristotle saw the world not as a collection of separate pieces, but as an intricate tapestry, where each thread is connected to the others in profound and meaningful ways. Imagine the calm serenity of ancient Greece, the golden sunlight cascading over the white stone columns of the Lyceum as Aristotle strolled its pathways, surrounded by students eager to learn. They debated, questioned, and explored every aspect of life, from the nature of the stars above to the behaviour of the animals in the fields nearby. Their conversations were filled with curiosity and wonder, a reflection of Aristotle's belief that every question, no matter how simple or complex, was worth pursuing. Aristotle's ability to bridge different disciplines was one of his greatest strengths. He saw no boundary between science and philosophy, ethics and politics, or art and nature. To him, everything was interconnected, part of a greater whole that deserved to be studied and understood. This holistic view of the world is a reminder of the beauty that lies in seeing the bigger picture, in understanding that each small piece contributes to something far greater than itself. As you drift further into relaxation, let the harmony of Aristotle's teachings bring you peace. His philosophy of balance and moderation encourages us to find calm in the chaos, to seek the middle ground where we can flourish. The idea of the golden mean is not just a guide for making choices, it is an invitation to live with grace and intention, to approach life with a steady and thoughtful heart. Picture Aristotle at his desk, surrounded by scrolls and notes, the flickering light of a lantern illuminating his work. The quiet hum of the night provides the perfect backdrop for his thoughts, as he meticulously records his observations and ideas. Each stroke of his pen represents a step forward in humanity's understanding of the world. This image is a reminder that even the grandest achievements begin with quiet moments of reflection and dedication. Aristotle's life was also a testament to resilience. Despite the challenges he faced, from personal loss to political exile, he never stopped asking questions, never stopped seeking to understand. His commitment to learning and teaching, even in the face of adversity, is a powerful reminder that knowledge and curiosity are forces that can overcome even the greatest obstacles. Now, as you relax and prepare to drift into sleep, imagine the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shores of ancient Greece, the rhythmic flow of the sea echoing the timeless nature of Aristotle's wisdom. His story reminds us that the search for knowledge is an endless journey, one that brings us closer not only to the world around us, but also to ourselves. Let your breathing slow as you picture the peaceful gardens of the Lyceum, where Aristotle's students gathered to learn and grow. The rustling of leaves in the wind and the soft murmur of philosophical discussions create a tranquil atmosphere, one that invites you to rest and reflect. As the calm of the night surrounds you, let the echoes of Aristotle's wisdom carry you further into a restful state. His life's journey reminds us of the power of patience and persistence, the idea that true understanding unfolds slowly, like the petals of a flower opening to the morning sun. Each step he took, each question he asked, was a step toward unravelling the mysteries of life. Imagine the gentle rhythm of Aristotle's daily routines at the Lyceum, the sun casting soft shadows over the gardens, where he and his students would walk and talk. The air would have been filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the distant sound of birds singing, creating a serene environment for thought and reflection. It was in these simple, unhurried moments that some of the most profound ideas in human history were born. Aristotle's approach to life and learning reminds us that it's okay to take our time, to explore the world with curiosity and wonder. He understood that knowledge is not something to be rushed. It is a lifelong journey, one that unfolds gradually and beautifully. This philosophy of patience and exploration is one we can carry with us, a gentle reminder to approach our own lives with care and intention. Aristotle often turned his gaze upward, marvelling at the vastness of the universe and pondering the mysteries it held. To him, the stars were not just distant points of light. They were part of a grand, interconnected cosmos, a reminder of our place within something far greater than ourselves. Let this thought bring you a sense of peace and wonder as you rest. Aristotle's teachings also emphasize the importance of community and connection. He believed that humans are social beings, meant to live and work together in harmony. His ideas about politics and ethics were grounded in this belief, highlighting the value of cooperation, fairness, and mutual respect. These principles continue to resonate, reminding us of the importance of building strong, supportive relationships with those around us. As you relax further, imagine the soft murmurs of conversation in the Lyceum, the voices of students and scholars blending together in a gentle symphony of learning. The warmth of their shared curiosity and the strength of their connections created an environment where ideas could flourish. Let this image remind you of the power of community, the way it supports and uplifts us, even in our quietest moments. Aristotle's dedication to understanding the natural world was unparalleled. He believed that by observing and studying the world around us, we could uncover the principles that govern life itself. From the smallest insect to the vast expanse of the heavens, Aristotle approached every subject with the same level of curiosity and care. His work laid the foundation for countless discoveries, inspiring generations of thinkers to explore and question. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, picture Aristotle walking along a quiet beach at sunrise, the waves gently lapping at the shore. The golden light of dawn illuminates his path, a symbol of the new ideas and possibilities that each day brings. This peaceful scene reflects the quiet strength of his mind and the endless potential for discovery that lies within us all. Let your breathing slow as you embrace the calm and tranquility of this moment. The story of Aristotle's life is one of resilience, curiosity, and an unyielding desire to understand. His teachings remind us that no matter how complex the world may seem, there is always beauty to be found in the search for knowledge. As you fall into a deep, restful sleep, let the timeless wisdom of Aristotle's journey inspire your dreams. Imagine the serenity of the Lyceum, the warmth of shared ideas, and the quiet joy of exploring the mysteries of life. Thank you for spending this time with us at History and Sleep. May your dreams be peaceful and filled with wonder. Sweet dreams, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. Napoleon Bonaparte was born on August 15th, 1769, on the island of Corsica, a small but strategically significant island in the Mediterranean. His family was of minor nobility, with his father, Carlo Buonaparte, serving as a lawyer and political representative for Corsica. Despite their noble status, the Bonaparte family was not wealthy, and young Napoleon grew up in a modest household. Napoleon's childhood was shaped by the unique blend of Corsican pride and French influence that surrounded him. Corsica had been acquired by France shortly before his birth, and the island's culture reflected a mix of independence and French authority. From an early age, Napoleon displayed a keen intellect and a fiery determination. He excelled in his studies, particularly in mathematics and history, which would later serve him well in his military career. At the age of 9, Napoleon left Corsica to attend school in mainland France. His father had secured a scholarship for him to study at a prestigious military academy, where he trained to become an artillery officer. This period of his life was not without challenges. As a Corsican in a French institution, Napoleon often faced discrimination from his peers, yet he remained focused on his goals, using his intelligence and discipline to rise above the prejudice. Napoleon graduated from the École Militaire in Paris at the age of 16, becoming a second lieutenant in the French army. He began his career at a time of great upheaval. The French Revolution was transforming the nation, dismantling the old monarchy and reshaping France into a republic. For Napoleon, this period of political and social turmoil presented both challenges and opportunities. During the Revolution, Napoleon's strategic brilliance began to emerge. His first major success came during the Siege of Toulon in 1793. As a young officer, he devised a bold plan to capture the city, which was held by royalist forces supported by the British. His strategy was a resounding success, earning him recognition and promotion. Napoleon's star was rising, and his ability to combine tactical innovation with decisive action became his hallmark. In 1796, Napoleon was given command of the French army of Italy. This was his first significant leadership role, and he wasted no time in proving his abilities. Despite being outnumbered and poorly equipped, Napoleon led his troops to a series of stunning victories against Austrian and Piedmontese forces. His Italian campaign not only solidified his reputation as a military genius, but also brought him wealth and fame. Napoleon's rise to power was meteoric, and by 1799 he had become one of the most influential figures in France. That year, he staged a coup d'etat, overthrowing the government and establishing himself as first consul. This marked the beginning of his rule and set the stage for his transformation of France. As ruler, Napoleon implemented sweeping reforms. He reorganized the French government, established the Napoleonic Code, a legal framework that influenced legal systems worldwide, and strengthened the country's finances. He also invested in infrastructure, education and the arts, leaving a lasting legacy on French society. In 1804, Napoleon declared himself Emperor of France. The coronation ceremony was a grand and symbolic event, with Napoleon famously placing the crown on his own head, a gesture that underscored his belief in self-made power. As emperor, Napoleon expanded his ambitions beyond France, embarking on campaigns that would change the map of Europe. The Napoleonic Wars were a series of conflicts that pitted France against a coalition of European powers. These wars showcased Napoleon's strategic brilliance and determination, but they also tested his limits. His victories at battles like Austerlitz and Jena cemented his reputation as one of history's greatest military commanders. However, his campaigns also came at a great cost, both in lives and in resources. One of the most ambitious and ultimately disastrous undertakings of Napoleon's career was the invasion of Russia in 1812. Initially, he achieved some success, but the campaign turned into a nightmare as his army faced harsh winter conditions, dwindling supplies, and fierce resistance from Russian forces. The retreat from Moscow was a devastating blow, marking a turning point in Napoleon's fortunes. Despite setbacks, Napoleon's resilience and charisma kept him in power for a time. However, by 1814, his enemies had formed a powerful coalition, and Paris was captured. Napoleon was forced to abdicate and was exiled to the island of Elba. Yet, even in defeat, his determination remained unshaken. Less than a year later, he escaped from Elba and returned to France, rallying support and reclaiming his position as emperor during what became known as the 100 Days. Napoleon's final chapter unfolded at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815. Facing a coalition led by the Duke of Wellington and the Prussian army, Napoleon fought valiantly but was ultimately defeated. This marked the end of his reign and his dreams of empire. He was exiled once more, this time to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic. On St. Helena, Napoleon spent the final years of his life in relative isolation. He reflected on his legacy, dictating memoirs that recounted his achievements and offered insights into his thoughts and motivations. He died on May 5, 1821, at the age of 51. While his life ended in exile, his impact on history was indelible. Napoleon's story is one of contrasts, a man of great ambition and intellect who reshaped Europe, yet whose relentless pursuit of power ultimately led to his downfall. His legacy is a reminder of the complexities of leadership and the enduring influence of vision and determination. As you reflect on Napoleon's journey, let the calm rhythm of his story guide you into a state of relaxation. His life, filled with triumphs and challenges, serves as a reminder that greatness often comes with both light and shadow. Imagine the quiet halls of the École Militaire, where a young Napoleon first honed his skills, or the grand boulevards of Paris during his reign. Picture the serene beaches of Corsica, where his journey began, and the windswept shores of St. Helena, where it ended. These images, filled with history and humanity, bring a sense of peace and connection. As the gentle narrative of Napoleon's life carries you further into relaxation, consider the enduring lessons his story offers. His life was a testament to the power of vision, determination, and adaptability. From the shores of Corsica to the grand battlefields of Europe, Napoleon's journey was one of extraordinary highs and profound lows, each moment shaping his legacy and the world around him. Imagine the streets of Paris during the height of Napoleon's rule, bustling with activity as citizens moved through a city transformed by his reforms. The grand architecture, the sounds of carriages, and the whispers of admiration for the leader who had reshaped France into a powerful empire fill the air. Napoleon's vision for his country was ambitious, rooted in the belief that strong leadership and progressive policies could bring unity and prosperity. Napoleon's Napoleonic Code, one of his most enduring achievements, remains a symbol of his commitment to order and justice. By creating a clear and organised legal framework, he provided a foundation for modern law that still influences societies worldwide. This accomplishment reflects his ability to think beyond the immediate and to consider the lasting impact of his actions, a hallmark of great leadership. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, picture the vast and open battlefields where Napoleon's strategies unfolded. His ability to read a situation, adapt to challenges, and inspire his troops set him apart as a military genius. Yet these victories came with sacrifices, reminding us that even the greatest achievements carry weight and consequence. Let this thought settle into your mind as a reminder of the complexities of life and the balance required in pursuit of success. As the night deepens, imagine the quiet solitude of Napoleon's exile on St. Helena. The crashing waves against the rocky shores and the distant horizon create a peaceful yet contemplative scene. In these final years, Napoleon reflected on his life, his choices, and his impact on the world. His memoirs, filled with introspection and insight, reveal a man who, despite his flaws, remained dedicated to the ideals of progress and legacy. Feel the calm and serenity of this moment as you think about Napoleon's resilience. Even in defeat, he maintained his dignity and continued to shape his story. His ability to adapt, to rise again, and to reflect on his journey offers a powerful lesson about perseverance and the human spirit. Picture Napoleon's childhood in Corsica, the simplicity of life on the island, and the spark of ambition that drove him to dream of a future beyond its shores. His journey reminds us that greatness often begins with humble beginnings, and that with determination we can overcome the obstacles that stand in our way. As you relax further, imagine the quiet moments Napoleon spent in thought, planning his next move or contemplating the lessons of the past. These moments of reflection, like the ones we take before sleep, are a chance to find clarity and purpose in our lives. Let the story of Napoleon inspire you to approach each challenge with courage and each success with humility. The story of Napoleon Bonaparte is not just one of conquest and power. It is a story of vision, resilience, and humanity. His life teaches us that even the most ambitious dreams are within reach if we are willing to work for them, and that true greatness lies in the ability to adapt, learn, and persevere. The soothing rhythm of Napoleon's story continues, so let it guide you deeper into a state of calm and rest. His life, with all its triumphs and trials, serves as a reminder of the complexities of leadership and the enduring power of ambition tempered by reflection. Each chapter of his journey holds lessons about perseverance, the importance of vision, and the balance required in any great endeavour. Picture Napoleon in one of his most iconic moments, standing atop a hill overlooking the battlefield at Austerlitz. The early morning fog begins to lift, revealing the vast armies below. His mind is sharp, calculating and focused as he directs his troops with precision and confidence. This scene encapsulates the essence of Napoleon as a leader, decisive, strategic, and unwavering in his belief in victory. Let this image remind you of the power of clarity and focus, qualities that can guide us even in the most challenging situations. Now shift your thoughts to the quieter moments of Napoleon's life, moments spent in introspection and planning. Perhaps he's seated at a desk, surrounded by maps and letters, the flicker of a candle casting a soft glow on his face. These moments of preparation and thoughtfulness were the foundation of his successes, showing that even the most remarkable achievements begin with careful planning and deliberate action. While you relax further, imagine the streets of Paris once more, this time during Napoleon's grand coronation as emperor. The city buzzes with excitement and anticipation, the sounds of trumpets echoing through the air as crowds gather to witness history being made. Napoleon, ever the symbol of self-determination, places the crown upon his own head, a gesture that speaks to his belief in shaping his own destiny. This powerful act reminds us of the importance of taking charge of our lives and pursuing our goals with determination. From the grandeur of Paris to the stark solitude of St. Helena, Napoleon's life was filled with contrasts. His journey teaches us to embrace both the victories and the setbacks, to find strength in our resilience, and to learn from every experience. The quiet reflection of his later years offers a poignant reminder that even in solitude, there is value in contemplating our legacy and the impact we leave behind. Imagine Napoleon walking along the shores of St. Helena, the waves gently lapping at the rocky coastline. The horizon stretches endlessly before him, a symbol of both the limits of his exile and the boundless scope of his influence. In this serene moment, there is a sense of acceptance and peace, a reminder that even the most ambitious lives eventually find stillness. While you drift further into sleep, let the echoes of Napoleon's life guide your dreams. His journey, marked by extraordinary achievements and profound lessons, is a testament to the power of vision, courage, and reflection. His story reminds us that greatness is not measured solely by success, but by the depth of our character and the impact we have on the world around us. As the narrative of Napoleon's life gently lingers, allow yourself to sink even deeper into relaxation. His story, so full of ambition, brilliance, and humanity, is a powerful reminder of the potential that lies within all of us. Napoleon's determination to rise above his circumstances and his willingness to face challenges head-on show us the value of perseverance and the strength that comes from unwavering resolve. The simplicity of Napoleon's early life on Corsica, an island of rugged beauty and quiet charm. As a young boy, he roamed the hills, his mind already filled with dreams of greatness. The sound of the sea, the scent of the olive trees, and the warmth of the Corsican sun shaped the foundation of the man he would become. These early days remind us of the power of humble beginnings and how even the most unassuming origins can lead to extraordinary paths. As Napoleon grew into a young man, his move to France marked the beginning of his transformation. At the military academy, he honed his skills, his discipline setting him apart. Despite facing prejudice as a Corsican, he remained focused on his goals, showing a resilience that would define his career. These formative years teach us the importance of persistence and the ability to adapt in the face of adversity. Now let your thoughts drift to the grand halls of the French court during Napoleon's rise to power. Imagine the opulence, the polished marble floors, and the chandeliers casting their light across a room filled with dignitaries and leaders. In this environment, Napoleon's intellect and charisma shone brightly, propelling him to heights few could have imagined. His rise reminds us of the importance of self-belief and the courage to seize opportunities. Even in moments of defeat, Napoleon demonstrated a remarkable ability to reflect and regroup. The exile to Elba could have been the end of his story, but instead he used it as a time to plan his return. His resilience during the 100 Days, when he reclaimed his empire, speaks to his determination to fight for what he believed in, even against overwhelming odds. As you relax further, imagine the quiet dignity of Napoleon's final years on St. Helena. The isolation of the island offered him time to reflect on his life, his choices, and his legacy. The crashing waves and the vast expanse of the ocean became the backdrop to his thoughts. In his solitude, he dictated memoirs that revealed not only his strategic mind, but also his humanity. This chapter of his life reminds us of the value of introspection and the importance of finding peace within ourselves. Feel the calm and stillness of this moment as the story of Napoleon carries you into a deep, peaceful sleep. His life, marked by extraordinary achievements and profound lessons, serves as a reminder that greatness lies not just in what we accomplish, but in how we face the challenges along the way. With the night embracing us, let the echoes of Napoleon's journey fill your dreams. Imagine the vast battlefields, the bustling streets of Paris, and the quiet shores of St. Helena, each scene a testament to the resilience and complexity of his life. His story reminds us that every step of the journey, whether triumphant or challenging, shapes who we are and leaves a legacy that endures. For over a millennium, Constantinople stood as a marvel of human ingenuity and resilience. Perched strategically at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, its location made it a hub for trade, culture and power. The city's imposing walls, originally constructed by Emperor Theodosius II in the 5th century, were considered nearly impregnable. These triple-layered fortifications, stretching for miles, were the pride of the Byzantine Empire and the bane of invaders. By the mid-15th century, however, the Byzantine Empire was a shadow of its former self, reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few scattered territories. The once mighty empire that had ruled vast regions now found itself encircled by the rising power of the Ottoman Empire. To the east, Sultan Mehmed II, an ambitious and brilliant leader, had set his sights on conquering the city, seeing it as the key to solidifying his rule and expanding his domain. Inside the walls of Constantinople, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos faced an uncertain future. With only a few thousand defenders, comprised of weary Byzantine soldiers, and a handful of foreign allies, the city was woefully underprepared for the onslaught that loomed. Supplies were dwindling, and the population, though fiercely loyal, lived under the constant shadow of impending doom. Yet, despite the odds, the emperor refused to surrender. He was determined to fight to the end. As the Ottomans prepared for their siege, they brought with them an arsenal unlike anything the world had seen before. Among their weapons was a massive cannon, constructed by a Hungarian engineer named Orban. This cannon, capable of hurling enormous stone projectiles, was designed to breach even the strongest walls. The Ottomans also amassed a fleet to blockade the city by sea, ensuring that no reinforcements or supplies could reach the defenders. This stage was set for an epic confrontation that would decide the fate of Constantinople, and, with it, the Byzantine Empire. Imagine the tension that gripped the city as its inhabitants prepared for the siege. Picture the anxious faces of soldiers standing watch on the walls, the whispered prayers in the Hagia Sophia, and the determination etched on the emperor's face as he rallied his people. As you visualize the city on the brink of one of history's most defining moments, let its story remind you of the face of overwhelming odds. The tale of Constantinople begins not with surrender, but with hope, a flickering light against the encroaching darkness. On April 6, 1453, the Ottoman forces began their assault on Constantinople. Sultan Mehmed II, commanding an army of nearly 80,000 soldiers, surrounded the city by land and sea. His troops included elite janissaries, heavy artillery units, and cavalry, all meticulously prepared for the battle. In stark contrast, the defenders of Constantinople, numbering only about 7,000, relied on the strength of their walls, their limited resources, and their unwavering determination to hold off the invaders. As the siege commenced, the Ottoman cannon began its relentless bombardment. Each thunderous shot shook the ground, sending massive stones crashing into the city's formidable walls. The defenders scrambled to repair the damage as quickly as possible, working day and night to reinforce the crumbling sections. Yet, despite the damage, the walls of Constantinople held firm, frustrating the attackers and delaying their advance. By sea, Mehmed's fleet blockaded the Golden Horn, the narrow inlet that provided access to the city's harbour. In a bold and desperate move, the Byzantines constructed a massive chain boom across the entrance to the harbour, preventing Ottoman ships from breaching this vital area. For weeks, the two sides engaged in fierce skirmishes on the water, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. Within the city, life became a mix of hope and despair. Citizens prayed fervently in the grand Hagia Sophia, seeking solace and strength. Meanwhile, Emperor Constantine XI worked tirelessly to inspire his people, walking among the defenders on the walls, offering words of encouragement and sharing in their hardships. His presence was a source of unity in a city under siege. Sultan Mehmed II, determined to break the stalemate, devised a bold plan to outflank the city's defences. Using an extraordinary feat of engineering, he ordered his troops to transport ships overland on greased logs, bypassing the chain boom and launching them into the waters of the Golden Horn. This manoeuvre shocked the defenders and marked a turning point in the siege. As the weeks wore on, the defenders of Constantinople grew more exhausted. Supplies dwindled, and morale wavered as the walls suffered greater damage, yet they continued to resist, determined to protect their home against all odds. Imagine the long nights spent on the battlements, the glow of torches illuminating weary faces, and the echoes of cannon fire reverberating through the air. The siege was becoming a battle of attrition, with both sides pushing their limits. The city remained a symbol of defiance, even as the odds seemed increasingly insurmountable. The question lingered: how much longer could Constantinople hold out? As April turned to May, the siege of Constantinople escalated into a relentless struggle. The Ottoman bombardment grew fiercer, cannons fired day and night, chipping away at the once mighty Theodosian walls. Dust and debris filled the air, coating the streets and homes of the city. Despite the constant destruction, the defenders worked tirelessly to repair breaches, often under the cover of darkness. Every stone they placed was an act of defiance against the overwhelming forces pressing in around them. Inside the city, the mood shifted between grim determination and quiet fear. Emperor Constantine XI continued to rally his people, addressing soldiers, citizens and priests alike. His words were simple but powerful, reminding them that they were fighting not just for their lives but for their culture, faith and history. Families huddled together in their homes, offering whispered prayers for protection. In the Hagia Sophia, the city's spiritual heart, the clergy led solemn services, their chants echoing in the grand dome chamber. Outside the walls, Sultan Mehmed II adjusted his strategy. Recognizing the defenders' stubborn resistance, he ordered his engineers to dig tunnels beneath the city's walls in an effort to weaken their foundation. Byzantine forces countered this threat by sending teams of sappers to intercept the tunnels, leading to deadly confrontations beneath the ground. These underground battles, fought in narrow, dimly lit passageways, added another layer of desperation to an already harrowing siege. The Ottomans also intensified their efforts on the Golden Horn. The fleet, now partially inside the harbour thanks to Mehmed's audacious manoeuvre, launched a series of attacks on the Byzantine navy. The defenders fought valiantly, using fire ships and skilled tactics to hold off the superior Ottoman fleet. But their resources were stretched thin, and each victory came at a high cost. The city's residents faced growing hardships. Food supplies dwindled, forcing strict rationing and leading to widespread hunger. The constant noise of the siege, cannon blasts, the clash of swords, and the cries of battle made restful sleep nearly impossible. And yet, the people endured, drawing strength from their shared purpose and their leaders' unyielding resolve. As May progressed, the city's defenders began to realize that relief from the outside was unlikely. The Venetian and Genoese fleets, though sympathetic to the Byzantine cause, were entangled in their own conflicts and slow to act. Constantinople stood alone against the might of the Ottoman Empire. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation. The city was battered but unbroken, its defenders refusing to yield despite the impossible odds. The Ottomans, frustrated by the slow progress of the siege, prepared for an all-out assault to breach the walls and claim their prize. The air was heavy with tension, every moment pregnant with the possibility of triumph or tragedy. As the final days of the siege approached, one could feel the weight of history bearing down on Constantinople. The city's fate hung in the balance, and the world watched, waiting to see how this epic struggle would end. Yet as the cannon blasts faded into the distance and the days turned into long quiet nights, imagine the peaceful stillness settling over the defenders of the city. The weight of the struggle seemed to lift, replaced by a soft calm that allowed weary eyes to rest, even amidst the constant pressure of the siege. Slowly, the heartbeat of the city began to quiet, like a soft lullaby in the air, gently easing the soul into a place of quiet surrender. As you picture these final moments, let the rhythm of the battle fade into the background, replaced by the peaceful embrace of rest. Feel your breath deepen, your body relax, and your thoughts drift like the gentle breeze over the sea. Sleep now as the city too prepares for the quiet of its inevitable change. On May 29th, 1453, after nearly 2 months of relentless bombardment and siege, Sultan Mehmed II ordered his forces to make their final push. The battered walls of Constantinople, once thought impenetrable, could no longer hold against the might of the Ottoman army. As the sun rose on that fateful morning, the air was thick with tension, and the distant rumble of approaching soldiers could be heard over the stillness of the city. The defenders, though exhausted and outnumbered, had one final opportunity to hold the line. Emperor Constantine XI, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, donned his armour and walked once more among his soldiers. His face, normally calm and composed, now carried the weight of his kingdom's fate. The emperor's rallying cry was simple: freedom or death, and he urged his soldiers to fight for their city and for their lives. Meanwhile, on the Ottoman side, Sultan Mehmed II had prepared for this day with meticulous care. His engineers worked tirelessly to breach the walls using battering rams, and his elite Janissary troops positioned themselves to take the city by force. A final, massive cannon barrage rang out across the city as the Ottomans made their move. With each blast, the walls of Constantinople groaned, and the defenders scrambled to repair what they could, but the damage had taken its toll. At the same time, the Ottoman fleet, now fully in position within the Golden Horn, moved to blockade the last remaining escape routes by sea. Constantinople, once a beacon of power and culture, was now a city trapped. Its streets, filled with the sounds of combat, became narrow avenues of despair and defiance. As the battle raged in the city, the defenders fought valiantly, but it was clear that the odds were stacked against them. The walls were crumbling. The artillery had breached a gap large enough for the Ottoman forces to swarm in. The fighting grew fiercer, house by house, street by street, as the city's residents and soldiers tried to push back the invaders, but there were too many Ottomans, and their determination to conquer the city was overwhelming. As the day wore on, the fate of Constantinople was sealed. By afternoon, the Ottomans had broken through the walls, and the city began to fall. Emperor Constantine XI, realizing that the end was near, fought bravely until the very last. But when the Ottoman forces entered the city, they found no mercy. The city was overrun, and its defenders, exhausted and outnumbered, were either captured or slain. The fall of Constantinople was not just the fall of a city, it was the end of an era. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been a powerful force in Europe and Asia, was no more. The city, now in Ottoman hands, would be renamed Istanbul and become the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. As you reflect on the fall of this great city, imagine the silence that followed the chaos of battle. The cries of the defeated soldiers faded into quiet, and the city, now under new rule, began its transformation. The once grand buildings, the churches, and the bustling marketplaces were left to be reborn into something new. Let the stillness of this moment wash over you, as the world that once was fades away, and a new world takes its place. As you feel the weight of this chapter settle into the quiet of the night, let the sounds of the world outside fade into a soft background hum. Close your eyes and feel the piece of history unfolding, letting the past gently drift away. Sleep now, as time itself slows, and the city's story becomes a part of your dreams. The fall of Constantinople marked the end of one era and the beginning of another, reverberating far beyond the walls of the ancient city. As the Ottomans took control, they reshaped not only the city's physical appearance, but also its cultural, political, and religious landscape. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been the protector of Christian Orthodox traditions, was gone. The city of Constantinople, now Istanbul, would become the heart of a new empire, the Ottoman Empire, bringing with it a wave of change that would echo through history for centuries. The fall of Constantinople was a pivotal moment for Europe, signalling the end of the medieval period and the start of the Renaissance. With the loss of one of the most important Christian cities, scholars, artisans, and intellectuals fled to the west, carrying with them priceless knowledge and manuscripts. The Greeks, who had lived under Byzantine rule for generations, brought their learning to places like Florence, Venice, and Rome. The rediscovery of classical texts and ancient Greek philosophy fueled the Renaissance, sparking a new era of intellectual and artistic flourishing. But the impact of the city's fall was not just felt in the West. For the Ottomans, capturing Constantinople was a moment of immense pride and significance. Sultan Mehmed II, now known as the Conqueror, solidified his legacy and the Ottoman Empire's power. He established a new capital that would rival all other cities in the world, renaming it Istanbul, and began transforming it into a thriving metropolis. The Hagia Sophia, once a Christian cathedral and a symbol of Byzantine glory, was converted into a mosque, and the city's skyline would be dominated by the grand minarets of Ottoman mosques. The Ottomans also began to expand their empire, pushing further into Europe, Asia, and Africa. Constantinople's fall opened up new trade routes and positioned the Ottomans as the dominant force in the eastern Mediterranean. The city's strategic location between Europe and Asia, gave the Ottomans control of crucial land and sea trade routes, further strengthening their empire. In the centuries that followed, the legacy of Constantinople would continue to shape the world. For the East, it became a symbol of Ottoman strength and prosperity. For the West, it served as a reminder of the fragility of empires and the shifting tides of history. The fall of Constantinople was more than just a military victory. It was a symbolic event that signalled the changing balance of power in the world. As you reflect on the long-reaching consequences of this moment in history, imagine how the passing of centuries can transform a city, how the echoes of one era can reverberate into the next. Feel the calmness of time moving forward, each breath slower as you let the weight of these changes settle into your thoughts. The past is a river, constantly flowing, and Constantinople's fall was but one ripple in the vast current of history. Let this ripple guide you into a peaceful place of reflection, where the weight of time and change lifts, and you feel the peace of quiet understanding. Though the city of Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, the spirit of its ancient civilization would never be fully extinguished. The echoes of its grandeur, its wisdom, and its role as the crossroads of empires resonated through time. The Byzantines, though defeated, had left an indelible mark on the world. The artifacts, the knowledge, and the stories of their culture continued to influence not only the Ottomans, but the entire world for generations. Even the name Constantinople itself would live on in the hearts of those who revered its history. For the Ottomans, the transformation of the city into Istanbul was more than a conquest. It was a blending of two worlds. The Greek Orthodox and Christian heritage of Constantinople mixed with the Islamic Ottoman culture, creating a rich and diverse society that would flourish for centuries. The city's iconic Hagia Sophia, once a Christian church, stood as a testament to this blending, a symbol of the city's enduring beauty and the confluence of different faiths, traditions and ideas. Over time, Istanbul would become a global hub for art, science and trade, fostering an environment where diverse cultures and ideas could meet. Scholars, artists and merchants from all corners of the world passed through the city, contributing to its ongoing legacy as a place of knowledge and exchange. As you reflect on the lasting impact of Constantinople, imagine how the quiet passage of time can allow a city's legacy to endure long after its walls have crumbled. The stories of Constantinople's rise, its cultural riches, and its eventual fall are woven into the fabric of history. And just as the city evolved, so did the stories of the people who lived there, stories that still inspire awe and contemplation today. Now, as the quiet night settles in, let yourself be carried away by the soft waves of time. The distant sounds of the past are now mere whispers in the night, fading into a calm silence. The story of Constantinople, its rise and fall, and its everlasting influence now rests softly in the back of your mind. Allow this story to guide you into a deep and peaceful rest, where the weight of history lifts and only the soothing silence remains. Over 2,000 years ago, in 469 BCE, Socrates was born in Athens, Greece. Athens was a city at the heart of the ancient world, a centre of art, culture, and intellectual thought. Socrates' early life, however, was modest. His father, Sophroniscus, was a stonemason, and his mother, Phaenorete, was a midwife. From these humble beginnings, Socrates would grow to become one of the most profound thinkers in human history. As a young man, Socrates likely followed in his father's footsteps as a stonemason, learning the craft of shaping stone and building structures. Yet, even then, his curiosity about the world and human nature set him apart. Socrates was not drawn to wealth or power. Instead, he found fulfillment in observing life, questioning beliefs, and seeking wisdom. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Socrates did not write books or leave behind written records of his teachings. Instead, we know about his life and philosophy through the writings of his students, particularly Plato. Through these accounts, we gain insight into Socrates' unique method of teaching and his relentless pursuit of truth. Socrates' approach to philosophy was deeply rooted in dialogue and inquiry. He believed that wisdom began with recognizing one's own ignorance. To him, admitting that we do not know everything opened the door to learning and growth. This idea became the foundation of the Socratic method, a process of asking and answering questions to stimulate critical thinking and uncover underlying truths. Socrates spent much of his life walking the streets of Athens, engaging in conversations with people from all walks of life. He would approach artisans, politicians, and everyday citizens, asking probing questions that challenged their assumptions and beliefs. These discussions were not meant to humiliate or demean, but to encourage reflection and deeper understanding. Despite his humble appearance, barefoot, dressed simply, and often unkempt, Socrates' intellect and charisma drew people to him. Many young Athenians admired his wisdom and became his students, eager to learn from his insights. However, his habit of questioning authority and exposing contradictions in people's beliefs also earned him powerful enemies. Socrates believed that a life worth living was one dedicated to virtue and the pursuit of truth. He often spoke of the importance of the soul and the need to care for it through ethical living. To Socrates, material wealth and social status were insignificant compared to the value of living a just and honourable life. Athens, during Socrates' lifetime, was a city in flux. It faced political turmoil, military conflicts, and shifting cultural values. Socrates' teachings, which encouraged critical thinking and challenged traditional norms, were seen by some as a threat to the stability of society. His questioning of the status quo made him a controversial figure, admired by many but also viewed with suspicion and hostility by others. In 399 BCE, when Socrates was 70 years old, he was brought to trial on charges of corrupting the youth and impiety, essentially for not recognizing the gods of Athens and introducing new ones. His accusers painted him as a dangerous influence who undermined the fabric of society. During his trial, Socrates stood firm in his beliefs. Rather than plead for his life or renounce his teachings, he used the opportunity to defend the principles he held dear. He argued that his questioning and discussions were a service to Athens, pushing its citizens to think critically and live virtuously. The trial was both a demonstration of Socrates' unwavering commitment to truth and a reflection of the political tensions in Athens. Despite his eloquence and integrity, the jury found him guilty. He was sentenced to death by drinking a cup of hemlock, a poison that would end his life. In the days leading up to his execution, Socrates remained calm and composed. Surrounded by his closest friends and students, he continued to discuss philosophy and the nature of life and death. He viewed death not as something to fear, but as a transition to another state of existence, where the soul might find true knowledge. On the day of his execution, Socrates drank the hemlock with dignity and courage, accepting his fate without bitterness or resentment. His final moments were spent in conversation, a testament to his belief that the pursuit of wisdom and truth transcended even the boundaries of life itself. Socrates' death marked the end of his physical presence in Athens, but his ideas lived on through his students and their writings. Plato in particular dedicated much of his work to preserving and expanding upon Socrates' teachings, ensuring that his philosophy would endure for generations to come. Today, Socrates is remembered as the father of Western philosophy, a thinker whose commitment to truth and virtue continues to inspire. His life teaches us the importance of questioning, of seeking knowledge, and of living with integrity. As you reflect on Socrates' journey, let his story guide you into a state of relaxation and peace. His dedication to wisdom reminds us that the pursuit of understanding is a lifelong journey, one that brings meaning and purpose to our lives. Imagine the streets of ancient Athens, the soft light of the setting sun casting long shadows on the stone buildings. Hear the murmur of conversations as Socrates walks among the people, his questions sparking thought and introspection. Let this image fill your mind with a sense of calm and wonder. As you drift into sleep, let the wisdom of Socrates' life inspire your dreams. His legacy reminds us that even in the face of adversity, the pursuit of truth and the care of the soul are endeavours worth striving for. Let the story of Socrates settle gently in your mind as you relax deeper into rest. His life, though lived so many centuries ago, carries timeless lessons that resonate in every moment of reflection and inquiry. Socrates reminds us that the simplest question can lead to the most profound discoveries, and that truth, even when difficult, is worth pursuing. Picture Socrates standing in the agora, the bustling marketplace of Athens. The air hums with activity, merchants calling out their wares, philosophers debating ideas, and citizens discussing the affairs of the city. Amid this lively scene, Socrates stands calmly, engaging those around him with his thoughtful questions. His unassuming presence and sharp intellect captivate those who stop to listen, drawing them into conversations that challenge their deepest beliefs. As the sun sets over Athens, the city quiets, and Socrates continues his discussions under the glow of oil lamps. The stars above twinkle faintly, a reminder of the vast universe beyond, as his voice carries the gentle rhythm of inquiry and understanding. Socrates believed that philosophy was not just an intellectual pursuit, but a way of life, a commitment to questioning, learning, and living with integrity. Imagine his students gathered around him, their faces illuminated by the soft light as they listen intently. Among them are young minds who would carry his teachings forward, shaping the future of philosophy and ensuring that his legacy would endure. The scene is serene, filled with the quiet joy of shared knowledge and the timeless beauty of human connection. Socrates' belief in the power of dialogue teaches us the importance of listening as well as questioning. In a world often filled with noise and haste, his approach encourages us to slow down, to reflect, and to seek clarity in our thoughts and interactions. His humility, his willingness to admit his own ignorance, and his tireless pursuit of understanding are qualities that inspire us to approach life with openness and curiosity. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, picture Socrates walking along the quiet shores of ancient Greece, the waves gently lapping at the sand. The moon casts a silver light over the sea, and the cool breeze carries the scent of salt and earth. Socrates walks slowly, his thoughts as calm and steady as the rhythm of the waves. In this peaceful moment, his dedication to truth and wisdom feels as vast and eternal as the ocean itself. Feel the serenity of this image envelop you as you rest. Socrates' life reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, the search for meaning and understanding brings us closer to the essence of who we are. His courage to stand by his principles, even in the face of great adversity, is a gentle reminder to live with integrity and purpose. As you relax further, imagine the soft sound of sandals on stone as Socrates ascends the steps of a temple, the sky painted with the warm hues of dawn. The first rays of sunlight illuminate the ancient city, a symbol of renewal and the endless possibilities that come with each new day. Let this image fill you with a sense of hope and calm, a quiet reassurance that the pursuit of truth is always worth the effort. As you drift into a deep and restful sleep, carry with you the wisdom and spirit of Socrates. His life teaches us that even the simplest questions can open the door to profound insights, and that the search for understanding is a journey without end. As the gentle rhythm of Socrates' life story echoes in your mind, allow yourself to relax even further. His life, dedicated to the pursuit of wisdom and the betterment of the human soul, is a profound reminder that every question we ask is a step toward understanding the world and ourselves. Socrates believed that knowledge was not about having answers, but about the courage to ask and to seek. Picture the calm stillness of ancient Athens at night, the soft glow of lanterns lining narrow streets. Socrates, with his simple cloak draped over his shoulders, moves quietly among the people, his presence as humble as it is impactful. Each conversation he sparks is a journey into thought, a reminder to those around him that wisdom begins with wonder. Socrates' approach to life was marked by an unshakable commitment to virtue. He often spoke of the importance of living a life in harmony with one's values, of aligning actions with principles. To him, the care of the soul was the highest purpose, far more important than wealth, fame, or material success. This philosophy reminds us that true fulfillment comes not from external achievements, but from inner growth and ethical living. As you rest, let the wisdom of this teaching soothe your thoughts. The idea that our choices shape not just our lives, but the essence of who we are, encourages us to approach each moment with intention and care. Socrates' belief in the transformative power of self-reflection invites us to look inward, to nurture our inner lives with the same dedication and compassion we offer to others. Now imagine the gentle breeze of a spring morning in ancient Greece, the hills around Athens bathed in golden light. Socrates walks with his students along a quiet path, the sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves creating a peaceful symphony. Their conversation flows naturally, filled with questions and ideas that challenge and inspire. This idyllic scene captures the essence of Socrates' philosophy, a life lived in connection with nature, community, and the endless pursuit of knowledge. As you drift deeper into relaxation, think of Socrates' courage in facing the end of his life, his calm acceptance of his fate, his willingness to stand by his beliefs, even in the face of death, is a testament to the strength of his character. He taught his students not to fear death, but to view it as a natural part of existence. A transition that, like life itself, holds the potential for learning and growth. Feel the serenity of Socrates' perspective as it envelops you like a warm blanket. His unwavering faith in the value of a life well lived reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, we can find peace by staying true to our values and seeking the truth within ourselves. His life, though marked by challenges, was ultimately one of profound purpose and enduring legacy. As the night deepens, imagine Socrates standing on a hill overlooking Athens, the city lights twinkling below like stars fallen to earth. The wind carries with it the faint sounds of laughter and conversation, the echoes of a city alive with thought and creativity. In this quiet moment, Socrates reflects on the beauty of a world filled with questions and possibilities. Let this image guide you into a deep, restful sleep. The story of Socrates reminds us that life's greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the depth of our exploration. His commitment to wisdom, his humility in the face of the unknown, and his courage to challenge convention inspire us to live with authenticity and purpose. As the soothing story of Socrates carries you further into relaxation, let the timelessness of his teachings resonate deeply within you. His belief in the transformative power of questioning and reflection is a reminder that growth begins when we dare to examine our lives. Socrates once said, "The unexamined life is not worth living," a sentiment that invites us to seek meaning and purpose in even the smallest moments. Picture the serene landscape of ancient Athens at dawn. The first light of the sun spills over the Acropolis, painting the marble temples in soft hues of pink and gold. Socrates stands with his students in the quiet morning air, his voice calm and steady as he shares his thoughts. The city begins to wake, its streets gradually filling with life, but in this tranquil moment, the exchange of ideas feels timeless, as if the wisdom being shared is as eternal as the sun's light. Socrates' method of teaching was not about providing answers, but about encouraging others to think for themselves. He believed that through dialogue, one could uncover deeper truths and challenge assumptions. His way of guiding others with questions was both gentle and profound, a reminder that sometimes the best teachers are those who help us find our own way. As you let these thoughts settle, imagine the peaceful simplicity of Socrates' life. Despite living in a city known for its grandeur, Socrates valued humility and lived with few possessions. He found joy not in material wealth, but in the richness of thought and the connections he forged with others. This simplicity is a reminder that contentment often lies not in having more, but in appreciating what truly matters. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, imagine the stars above Athens twinkling softly in the night sky. Socrates, seated with his students, gazes upward, his mind pondering the mysteries of the universe. Born on January 4th, 1643, in Woolsthorpe, Lincolnshire, England, Isaac Newton arrived into the world during a time of great upheaval. The English Civil War was in full swing, and the country was caught between monarchies, republics, and revolution. But Newton's arrival wasn't anything extraordinary. He was born prematurely and was so small and fragile that his mother reportedly said he could have fit inside a small mug. In fact, it's said that Newton was not expected to survive his early days, yet he defied those odds, growing up to become one of the most influential figures in science and mathematics. As a child, Newton's family life was complicated. His father, also named Isaac Newton, passed away 3 months before he was born, leaving his mother, Hannah Ayscough, to raise him alone. Hannah remarried when Newton was 3 years old, and he was sent to live with his maternal grandmother, while his mother moved away with her new husband. This early separation from his mother would have a lasting impact on Newton's emotional development, leading to periods of intense loneliness throughout his life. Despite his emotional struggles, Newton's intellectual gifts began to shine early on. As a young boy, he attended the King's School in Grantham, where he was known for being solitary and deeply engrossed in his studies. In fact, he was not much of a socializer, preferring to read and experiment on his own. It was during these early school years that Newton began to show an aptitude for invention. One of his most famous childhood experiments was creating a small water clock using a round-bottomed flask, which was one of the earliest signs of his curiosity about the physical world. At the age of 12, Newton's mother brought him back to live with her and her new husband in Woolsthorpe. It was at this time that he began his education at Cambridge University, enrolling at Trinity College in 1661. Cambridge was a world away from the rural life Newton had known, but it would serve as the place where he began his extraordinary journey in the world of science. In the first few years at Cambridge, Newton was fascinated by the works of the great scholars of the time, particularly René Descartes, Galileo Galilei, and Johannes Kepler. These men had made groundbreaking contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy, and Newton was eager to learn from their ideas. He was particularly drawn to the study of mathematics and soon became obsessed with solving problems in geometry, algebra, and calculus. However, Newton's journey wasn't without its challenges. The world was entering a tumultuous period during Newton's years at Cambridge. The Great Plague of 1665 struck London, causing the university to close temporarily. Newton, like many others, returned home to Woolsthorpe. It was during this time away from Cambridge, in the isolation of the countryside, that Newton's mind truly began to flourish. This period, known as his Annus Mirabilis, or Year of Wonders, was when Newton made some of his most groundbreaking discoveries. He began to develop his theories on calculus, an entirely new field of mathematics that would allow him to understand the behaviour of motion and change. The concepts that would later shape his laws of motion and universal gravitation were born during these isolated months. He also worked on optics, conducting experiments with light and prisms, leading to his discovery that white light could be split into the colours of the rainbow. But perhaps the most famous story from this period is the one about the falling apple. According to legend, Newton was sitting in his garden in Woolsthorpe when he saw an apple fall from a tree. This simple observation sparked a profound question in his mind. Why did the apple fall straight down, rather than sideways or in some other direction? This moment of curiosity would lead him to formulate his law of universal gravitation, which states that every mass attracts every other mass in the universe with a force proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Returning to Cambridge in 1667, Newton's reputation as a mathematician and physicist began to grow. He soon became a fellow at Trinity College, and over the next several years he began to refine his ideas. In 1687, he published his groundbreaking work, Philosophia Naturalis Principia Mathematica, or simply the Principia. In this book, Newton introduced his three laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation. These laws laid the foundation for classical mechanics and transformed the understanding of how the universe works. Newton's first law, often referred to as the law of inertia, states that an object at rest will stay at rest, and an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an external force. His second law relates the force applied to an object to its mass and acceleration, essentially stating that force equals mass times acceleration, F equals ma. Finally, his third law states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, a principle that underpins everything from rocket launches to the way we walk. But Newton's work wasn't limited to physics. He was also a brilliant astronomer, and his discoveries in this field changed the way humanity understood the cosmos. Newton's work on gravity not only explained why apples fall, but also explained the motions of celestial bodies. He demonstrated that the same force of gravity that caused an apple to fall to the ground also governed the movements of the planets, moons, and even comets in the sky. This insight would influence the work of astronomers for centuries, most notably Albert Einstein, who built upon Newton's theories with his own theory of relativity. Despite his successes, Newton's personality and life were marked by intense rivalry, particularly with fellow scientist Robert Hooke. The two men clashed over several issues, including the nature of light and the development of calculus. In fact, Newton and Leibniz, a German mathematician, are both credited with independently developing calculus, and the dispute over who invented it first would dominate much of Newton's later life. Newton also faced personal struggles that overshadowed his professional achievements. He was known for his solitary and obsessive nature, often working for days on end without rest, sometimes even forgetting to eat or sleep. He had few close relationships, and his social interactions were limited. He also struggled with periods of paranoia, especially concerning his rivals. Despite all his success, it's said that Newton didn't feel truly content in his later years. As he aged, Newton also grew increasingly involved in the administrative aspects of science. He served as the president of the Royal Society and was a member of Parliament for a time, though he rarely spoke during his time in government. In his final years, Newton turned his attention to alchemy and religious studies, subjects that are less well known but were still important to him. He wrote extensively on biblical chronology and alchemical theories, though these writings were largely unpublished during his lifetime. Isaac Newton died on March 31st, 1727, at the age of 84. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a fitting tribute to a man whose work had fundamentally shaped the world. His tomb, inscribed with a Latin epitaph, honours the incredible mind that unlocked the secrets of the universe. Newton's legacy endures to this day, not only in the fields of mathematics and physics, but also in the very way we understand the natural world. The laws he formulated are still used to this day in everything from engineering to space exploration. His work laid the foundation for much of modern science, and his name has become synonymous with genius. As we reflect on Newton's life, it's clear that his work didn't just influence his own time, but it has rippled through history, shaping the way we understand the universe. But Newton's legacy wasn't built in a vacuum. His ideas were, in part, shaped by the scientific revolution that was unfolding during his lifetime. His works on calculus, light, and gravity weren't just products of his brilliance, but also of a changing world eager for new ways of thinking. In fact, Newton's time at Cambridge was also a time of profound intellectual transformation. The scientific revolution, which had been set in motion by figures like Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler, was gathering speed. These thinkers had dared to challenge long-held beliefs about the universe, shifting the focus from a geocentric model, where the Earth was the centre of everything, to a heliocentric one, where the Sun was at the centre of the universe. It was within this context that Newton's work on gravity and the laws of motion became revolutionary. He unified the heavens and the Earth under one set of physical laws. Newton's ability to integrate ideas from multiple disciplines, mathematics, physics, and astronomy, was a key element of his genius. But beyond his academic work, Newton's intense focus on his studies meant that he led a life of relative isolation. He never married and had very few close personal relationships. Some say he was a man of great emotional depth, but that his intellectual pursuits often overshadowed his ability to connect with others on a more personal level. It's also worth noting that Newton's work wasn't always received with open arms. His ideas, especially his theories about light and colour, were met with scepticism by some of his contemporaries. Notably, Robert Hooke, an English scientist, became one of Newton's fiercest critics. Hooke's contributions to the understanding of light and elasticity were significant, but Newton's more developed ideas on optics put him in direct conflict with Hooke, creating a rivalry that would last for many years. Newton's battle for intellectual supremacy didn't end there. His dispute with Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz over the invention of calculus was one of the most bitter and drawn-out academic feuds in history. Both men independently developed the theory of calculus, and the ensuing conflict over who deserved credit for it led to years of acrimony. The battle was not just personal, it had a significant impact on the development of mathematics in Europe. Despite these controversies, Newton's work would ultimately be validated by history. By the time of his death in 1727, he had already established himself as one of the foremost intellectual figures of the Western world. His contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy became foundational to the development of modern science, and his Principia is still considered one of the greatest works ever published in the history of science. Now, when we think about Newton's lasting legacy, we cannot overlook the sheer scale of his influence on the way we live today. His laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation are still applied in everything from engineering to space exploration. The space missions that carry astronauts and satellites into orbit rely heavily on Newton's work. The trajectory calculations used to send spacecraft to distant planets, such as the Mars rovers, are based on his principles. His equations have been the bedrock upon which countless scientific advancements have been built. and even though Newton's theories on gravity have been refined and expanded upon by later scientists, such as Albert Einstein with his theory of general relativity, the core ideas about the forces that govern motion and the behaviour of celestial bodies are still grounded in Newtonian mechanics. In a sense, Newton's work provides the framework within which later theories are tested and developed. In addition to his scientific contributions, Newton's influence extended into philosophy, religion, and even the political sphere. As president of the Royal Society, he played a significant role in shaping the direction of scientific research in England. Newton's work helped elevate science to a position of great prestige, laying the groundwork for the Enlightenment, a period in history marked by an emphasis on reason, logic, and scientific inquiry. But despite his global fame, Newton remained a man of contradictions. He was intensely private and could be quite bitter towards those who challenged his ideas. He was known to be secretive, often withholding his work until he felt it was perfect, and sometimes even to the point of being paranoid about rivals. There are stories of him working for days on end without sleep, consumed by his theories, losing touch with reality. This obsessive nature also manifested in his work on alchemy and biblical chronology, fields which seem unrelated to his scientific work but were important to him nonetheless. His pursuit of alchemy, for instance, is one of the lesser-known aspects of his life. Alchemy, an ancient practice that combined elements of chemistry, metallurgy, and mystical thought, was a passion of Newton's. He wrote hundreds of thousands of words on the subject, but his alchemical works remained largely unpublished during his lifetime. It's said that he viewed the pursuit of alchemy as a way to unlock deeper truths about the universe, but this side of his personality was overshadowed by his more well-known scientific work. In the realm of religion, Newton spent considerable time studying the Bible, attempting to decode its messages and understand the natural world through a spiritual lens. While many of his contemporaries were devoutly religious, Newton's religious views were a mix of traditional Christianity and personal, unorthodox beliefs. He believed that the natural world was a reflection of God's design, and that studying the laws of nature was a way to understand the divine order of the universe. Newton's later years were marked by a mixture of public service and intense personal reflection. After spending much of his life in academia, Newton was appointed Warden of the Royal Mint in 1696, where he was tasked with reforming England's coinage system. His work in this role was diligent and successful, and he eventually became Master of the Mint, overseeing the minting of all the country's coins. This role added a new layer to Newton's legacy, proving that his skills extended beyond the academic world into the practical affairs of state. When Isaac Newton passed away in 1727, he left behind a legacy that would change the world forever. He had transformed our understanding of the physical universe and set the stage for centuries of scientific progress. His discoveries continue to be celebrated and studied to this day, with his laws of motion and universal gravitation forming the backbone of much of modern physics and engineering. Today, we remember Newton not just as a scientist, but as a symbol of human curiosity and determination. He was a man who sought to understand the fundamental laws of nature, and in doing so, changed the way humanity sees the world. His story is a reminder that one person, no matter how humble their beginnings, can leave an indelible mark on history. As we draw this exploration of Isaac Newton's life to a close, it's important to reflect on the profound impact he has had on the world we live in today. Though centuries have passed since his death, his contributions continue to shape our understanding of the universe. One of the most remarkable aspects of Newton's legacy is how his theories laid the groundwork for much of modern science. His laws of motion, for example, are still foundational to fields like engineering, aerospace, and robotics. Every time a rocket is launched into space, scientists and engineers rely on Newton's understanding of forces and motion to chart its course. His ideas allow us to send satellites to orbit, predict the trajectory of asteroids, and calculate the velocity of objects moving at incredible speeds. Without his work, our modern technological advancements, especially in fields like space exploration, would not have been possible. Even beyond physics, Newton's influence extends to a variety of other disciplines. His work in mathematics led to the development of calculus, a tool that's now used in everything from economics to medicine. Calculus is indispensable in understanding rates of change, making it essential in fields like biology, chemistry, and even social sciences. It's amazing to think that these equations, developed over 3 centuries ago, are still used by scientists, mathematicians, and economists to solve real-world problems. Newton's discoveries about light and optics, too, paved the way for our modern understanding of vision, colour, and even the development of technologies like telescopes and microscopes. His experiments with prisms demonstrated that light is made up of different colours, fundamentally changing our approach to the study of light waves. His theories on optics played a key role in the development of modern physics, and they still inform cutting-edge research in areas like quantum mechanics and wave theory. But Newton's influence isn't confined to the realm of science and mathematics. His work in establishing a more rigorous, methodical approach to inquiry laid the foundations for the scientific method we rely on today. The idea that the universe operates according to predictable, natural laws that can be understood through observation, experimentation, and reasoning is something we take for granted now, but it was revolutionary in Newton's time. We can also see Newton's impact in the way we approach intellectual problems. His relentless drive to solve complex questions, his commitment to challenging the status quo, and his deep curiosity about the world around him have inspired countless individuals throughout history. Newton's life serves as a reminder that sometimes the pursuit of knowledge requires patience, perseverance, and an unshakable belief that there are answers to be found. Yet, for all of his groundbreaking discoveries, Newton's life was far from perfect. He lived in an era that was often hostile to new ideas, and his own struggles with isolation and personal conflict are a testament to the challenges that even the greatest minds face. Newton was deeply introspective, sometimes to the point of obsession. He had a tendency to push people away, focusing all his energy on his work, which left him with few close relationships. Even in his personal life, Newton found that achieving greatness often came at the cost of emotional fulfillment. In many ways, though, Newton's journey can offer us comfort. His story reminds us that greatness is not always defined by ease or popularity. Sometimes, it's the quiet, solitary pursuit of understanding that leads to the most profound discoveries. Newton's legacy teaches us that the road to success is often winding and full of obstacles, but those who stay dedicated to their vision can leave a mark on history. As you reflect on Newton's life tonight, consider how his story connects to your own. We all have our own struggles, and sometimes the world may not understand us right away. But like Newton, we can find solace in our curiosity and passion. We may not discover the laws of motion or unlock the secrets of the cosmos, but we all have something to contribute to the world in our own unique way. And just like Newton, we must embrace the process of discovery, whether it's scientific, personal, or emotional. Every question we ask, every challenge we face, is part of a larger journey, one that connects us to the great minds who have shaped history and the ones who will come after us. The early 17th century, a time when Europe was a patchwork of kingdoms, principalities, and religious divides. At the heart of this patchwork lay the Holy Roman Empire, a vast and fragmented realm that stretched across much of Central Europe. For centuries, tensions simmered beneath the surface, as Catholic and Protestant states vied for power, influence, and the right to practice their faith freely. The spark that ignited this long and devastating conflict came in the form of a defiant act in the city of Prague. In 1618, Protestant nobles in Bohemia, angered by perceived restrictions on their religious freedoms under Emperor Ferdinand II, staged a dramatic rebellion. They stormed Prague Castle, seized 2 imperial officials, and hurled them out of a window in an event known as the Defenestration of Prague. Miraculously, the officials survived the fall, but the act was a clear declaration of defiance. This single moment set off a chain reaction, like ripples spreading across a still pond. Ferdinand II, a staunch Catholic, saw the rebellion as a direct challenge to his authority in the Catholic Church. Determined to restore order and Catholic dominance, he mobilized his forces, while Protestant leaders across the empire began rallying their allies in preparation for a larger struggle. What began as a localized conflict in Bohemia quickly escalated into a broader war. drawing in neighbouring regions and foreign powers. Protestant princes sought support from allies in Denmark, Sweden and beyond, while Catholic states turned to Spain and the powerful Habsburg dynasty for aid. The war was no longer just about Bohemia. It had become a contest of religion, politics and territorial ambition. As the conflict unfolded, it became clear that this was not a war of quick resolutions. The early battles were fierce yet inconclusive, leaving both sides entrenched in their positions and more determined than ever to secure victory. The countryside began to bear the scars of the war. Villages burned, crops were destroyed, and innocent lives were caught in the crossfire. The 30 Years' War was born out of these divisions, and its origins reveal much about the fragile balance of power and belief in Europe at the time. It was a conflict rooted in faith, but also fueled by ambition and fear, a perfect storm that would rage for decades. Take a moment to absorb this beginning, the first ripples of what would become a vast and relentless storm. As we move forward, the intricate web of alliances, battles and betrayals will unfold. But for now, let the gravity of this moment settle, a reminder of how one act of defiance can echo across history. As the conflict in Bohemia ignited, the deeper fault lines of Europe's religious divide began to widen, casting a shadow over the entire continent. At its core, the 30 Years' War was fueled by the tensions between Catholics and Protestants, a struggle that had simmered since the Reformation in the 16th century. The Peace of Augsburg in 1555 had attempted to create harmony by allowing rulers within the Holy Roman Empire to determine their state's religion, whether Catholic or Lutheran. Yet this fragile peace left many unresolved issues, particularly with the rise of Calvinism, a branch of Protestantism that had not been recognised in the agreement. As Calvinist states gained influence, the Catholic Habsburg rulers viewed them as a threat. Their growing presence felt like a challenge to the established order. When Ferdinand II ascended to the throne of the Holy Roman Empire, he was determined to restore Catholic dominance. His unwavering faith and aggressive policies further inflamed tensions, especially among Protestant states that viewed him as a tyrant bent on crushing their freedoms. Ferdinand's allies in Spain and the papacy provided him with support, reinforcing the Catholic position with resources and manpower. On the other side, the Protestant Union, a coalition of Protestant princes, mobilised to resist Ferdinand's ambitions. They sought aid from Protestant powers beyond the empire, including Denmark, Sweden and England. These nations saw the conflict not only as a religious struggle, but also as an opportunity to weaken the Habsburgs and expand their own influence. The war spread beyond Bohemia, spilling into regions such as the Palatinate, Saxony and Bavaria. Each new front brought devastation to towns and villages, as armies marched across the countryside, leaving destruction in their wake. The brutality of the conflict became evident in battles such as the Battle of White Mountain in 1620, a crushing defeat for the Protestants that marked the beginning of Ferdinand's efforts to reassert Catholic control. But despite Catholic victories in the early years, the war refused to subside. Protestant leaders rallied, drawing on the resources and military expertise of their allies. Sweden, under King Gustavus Adolphus, emerged as a formidable force. His disciplined armies breathed new life into the Protestant cause. The balance of power began to shift and the war escalated further. This was no longer a simple struggle between Catholics and Protestants. It became a war of ambition and survival. Smaller states and mercenary armies joined the fray, drawn by promises of plunder and pay. The war became a theatre of chaos, where alliances shifted and even traditional enemies found themselves fighting side by side in pursuit of their goals. As the conflict deepened, it transformed the very nature of warfare. The 30 Years' War was one of the first conflicts where civilian populations suffered as much as, if not more than, the soldiers. Famine, disease, and displacement became common, as entire communities were uprooted or destroyed. The war's religious roots became intertwined with the politics of power, and its escalation revealed the fragility of peace in a divided world. As we move to the next chapter, consider the human cost of these divisions, the lives touched by a conflict that seemed endless, yet always teetered on the edge of resolution. By the late 1620s, the Protestant cause seemed to falter, their forces weakened by defeats and dwindling alliances. But the entry of Sweden into the war, under the leadership of King Gustavus Adolphus, marked a turning point that would reshape the conflict. Gustavus Adolphus was not just a ruler, he was a visionary military leader whose innovations in strategy and tactics would leave a lasting legacy on warfare. Gustavus Adolphus believed deeply in the Protestant cause, but his intervention was also driven by Sweden's strategic interests. The Habsburgs' growing influence threatened Swedish dominance in the Baltic region, making the 30 Years' War a matter of survival and sovereignty for his nation. With the backing of France, which sought to undermine Habsburg power despite being Catholic, Sweden entered the fray in 1630, bringing with it a disciplined and modernized army. The Swedish forces brought a new energy to the Protestant struggle. Gustavus Adolphus introduced revolutionary military tactics, emphasizing mobility, coordination, and the use of combined arms, integrating infantry, cavalry, and artillery into a cohesive fighting force. These methods gave his troops a significant edge over the larger but less organized armies of the Catholic League. The Battle of Breitenfeld in 1631 was a defining moment, a stunning victory for the Swedes and their Protestant allies. Gustavus Adolphus's army decimated the Catholic forces, demonstrating the effectiveness of his strategies. This victory not only bolstered Protestant morale, but also drew new allies to their cause, shifting the balance of power in the war. Under Gustavus Adolphus's leadership, the Protestant forces began to reclaim territory lost in earlier phases of the war. They advanced deep into the heart of the Holy Roman Empire, challenging Ferdinand II's dominance and threatening the stability of the Habsburg realms. Gustavus Adolphus's charisma and tactical brilliance earned him the loyalty of his troops and the respect of his enemies. But his triumphs were not without cost. In 1632, at the Battle of Lutzen, Gustavus Adolphus achieved another critical victory, but lost his life in the process. His death was a severe blow to the Protestant cause, yet his legacy endured. The momentum he had generated allowed Sweden to remain a dominant force in the war, and his military innovations continued to influence the strategies of both sides. As Sweden's intervention reshaped the war, the conflict grew even more complex. Religious divides began to blur as political ambitions took centre stage, with Catholic France supporting Protestant Sweden to counterbalance Habsburg power. This shifting landscape of alliances revealed the deeper currents driving the war, a struggle not just of faith, but of power and control over Europe's future. Gustavus Adolphus's role in the 30 Years' War is a testament to the transformative power of leadership and innovation. His contributions brought hope to a fractured alliance and altered the course of a seemingly endless conflict. Yet, his death also reminded the world of the fleeting nature of triumph in the face of war's relentless toll. As we prepare to move to the next chapter, take a moment to reflect on the determination and vision it takes to bring change amid chaos. In the darkest times, even a single leader can leave an indelible mark, and yet the storm of history moves forward, carrying all in its wake. As the 30 Years' War stretched into its second decade, the conflict expanded beyond its original boundaries, engulfing nearly all of Europe in its relentless grasp. Nations that had once remained on the sidelines found themselves drawn into the fray, whether by alliances, ambitions, or the sheer inevitability of the war's momentum. The entry of France in 1635 marked a dramatic shift. Though a Catholic nation, France allied with Protestant powers like Sweden to counterbalance the Habsburgs' influence. This decision underscored how the war had evolved from a religious conflict into a broader struggle for political dominance in Europe. The stage was set for what would become one of the most destructive periods of the war. As alliances grew ever more complex and battles became increasingly brutal, Across the continent, the toll of the war was staggering. Cities were besieged and burned. Fields were left barren and lifeless, and villages were emptied as civilians fled the advancing armies. Mercenary forces, often poorly paid and motivated by survival, resorted to pillaging and looting, leaving devastation in their wake. Famine and disease swept through war-torn regions, taking more lives than the battles themselves. As you listen to this story, let the gravity of these events drift gently through your thoughts, but not linger. Imagine the chaos of the time slowly fading into the background, replaced by a sense of quiet reflection. Feel the weight of the war's hardship giving way to an understanding of resilience, a reminder of humanity's enduring strength even in its darkest hours. The conflict's scope seemed endless, with battles erupting in regions as far-reaching as the Rhineland, the Netherlands, and northern Italy. Yet amid the turmoil, moments of diplomacy and negotiation emerged, offering brief glimpses of hope. Peace talks began to take shape, though they were slow and fraught with challenges, reflecting the deep divisions and mistrust among the warring parties. Let these moments of negotiation remind you that even in the midst of chaos, there are always efforts toward resolution. Allow yourself to relax further, your breath steady and calm, as if tracing the contours of history's slow march toward peace. As we move deeper into the story, the resilience of the people and the shifting tides of war remind us of the impermanence of struggle. Take this moment to let your mind ease. Let the complexity of the 30 Years' War unravel gently, leaving you with a sense of quiet perspective and peace. After nearly 3 decades of relentless conflict, Europe began to seek an end to the devastation. The 30 Years' War had taken a toll unlike any before it. Economies were ruined, lands were ravaged, and millions of lives had been lost. By the early 1640s, the warring nations realized that no decisive victory was in sight. The war had devolved into a stalemate of exhaustion. Thus began the long and complex journey toward peace, through the negotiations that would culminate in the Peace of Westphalia. The Westphalian negotiations were unprecedented in their scope and ambition. For the first time in European history, nearly all major powers gathered to discuss terms of peace. Delegates from Catholic and Protestant states, as well as representatives from France, Sweden, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire, met in the towns of Münster and Osnabrück. These talks would last for years, reflecting the complexity of the issues at hand and the deep mistrust between the parties. As the negotiations unfolded, the participants wrestled with questions of religion, sovereignty, and the balance of power. The Peace of Westphalia sought to establish a new order in Europe, one that would recognize the religious and political realities that had emerged from the war. Protestant and Catholic states agreed to a form of mutual tolerance, reaffirming the principle that rulers could determine their state's religion, while also granting greater freedoms to minority faiths. The treaty also redefined the concept of sovereignty. It marked the beginning of the modern state system, where nations recognized each other's territorial boundaries and agreed not to interfere in one another's internal affairs. This idea of state sovereignty would become a cornerstone of international relations for centuries to come. While the Peace of Westphalia brought an end to the 30 Years' War, its provisions were not without compromise. No side emerged as a clear victor, and many of the underlying tensions remained unresolved. Yet, the treaty succeeded in ending the immediate bloodshed and creating a framework for coexistence in a fractured Europe. As you listen to the conclusion of this chapter, let the idea of resolution fill your thoughts. Picture the weary negotiators, coming together after years of strife, finding common ground in the hope of a better future. Let this image remind you that even in the most challenging times, peace is always within reach. The road to peace was long and arduous, yet it proved that dialogue and compromise can overcome even the deepest divisions. Allow this lesson to settle within you as you relax further, your mind at ease, as the echoes of war fade into the calm promise of resolution. As the Peace of Westphalia brought an end to the 30 Years' War, Europe began to rebuild from the ashes of its most devastating conflict. The war left an indelible mark on the continent, shaping the course of history in profound ways. Nations that had been battered and broken emerged with new identities, while the concept of sovereignty laid the foundation for the modern nation-state system. The war's legacy extended beyond politics and borders. It changed the way conflicts were waged, highlighting the immense cost of prolonged war and the devastating impact on civilian populations. The lessons of the 30 Years' War echoed across generations, reminding humanity of the importance of diplomacy, tolerance, and restraint. This story of destruction and eventual reconciliation carries a timeless message. Even in the darkest of times, there is always a path forward, a path forged through perseverance, negotiation, and the willingness to find common ground. The 30 Years' War may have scarred Europe, but it also served as a turning point, proving that peace, though hard won, is always worth striving for. As we close this chapter of history, take a moment to reflect on the resilience of the human spirit. Let the story of the 30 Years' War remind you of the strength found in unity and the power of resolution. Think of the nations and individuals who rebuilt after so much loss, their journey, though difficult, leading to a more stable and interconnected future. Now let the soothing sounds of rain guide you to a place of peace and relaxation. Imagine gentle raindrops falling softly on leaves, washing away the echoes of history's struggles. Feel the rhythm of the rain bringing calm to your mind and a sense of quiet to your soul. The story of Omaha Beach begins with the broader context of World War II, a conflict that had engulfed the globe by the early 1940s. After the fall of France to Nazi Germany in 1940, much of Western Europe lay under German occupation. Britain stood alone as the last bastion of resistance in Western Europe, facing the might of the German Luftwaffe in the Battle of Britain and enduring relentless bombing during the Blitz. Despite these challenges, Britain, under the leadership of Winston Churchill, refused to capitulate. Across the Atlantic, the United States had initially maintained a policy of neutrality, focusing on domestic recovery from the Great Depression. However, the attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 brought the United States into the war, joining the Allies in their struggle against the Axis powers. The United States, with its vast industrial capacity and manpower, became a crucial partner in the fight to liberate Europe. By 1942, the Allies faced the daunting task of planning a full-scale invasion of Nazi-occupied Europe. This effort, known as Operation Overlord, aimed to establish a foothold in France, opening a Western front to relieve pressure on the Soviet Union, which was bearing the brunt of the fighting on the Eastern Front. The operation would require meticulous planning, vast resources, and extraordinary bravery. The invasion was scheduled for June 1944 and would take place along a 50-mile stretch of coastline in Normandy, France. The beaches were divided into 5 sectors: Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, and Sword. Each sector had its own challenges, but Omaha Beach, assigned to American forces, was considered one of the most heavily defended and treacherous. The Germans, anticipating an Allied invasion, had fortified the French coastline with a series of defensive structures known as the Atlantic Wall. This formidable barrier included concrete bunkers, artillery emplacements, barbed wire, minefields, and anti-tank obstacles. Omaha Beach, with its high bluffs overlooking the shoreline, offered a natural defensive advantage to the German forces. The beach was defended by the 352nd Infantry Division, a well-trained and battle-hardened unit. The Allies knew that success at Omaha Beach would be crucial to the overall success of Operation Overlord. The beach provided a direct route inland to key roads and towns, making it essential for securing the Normandy region. Failure to take Omaha Beach could jeopardize the entire invasion and prolong the war. On the night of June 5, 1944, a massive Allied armada gathered off the coast of Normandy. over 5,000 ships carrying troops, vehicles and supplies prepared to launch the largest amphibious invasion in history. The force included American, British, Canadian and other Allied troops, all united in their mission to liberate Europe from Nazi tyranny. As dawn broke on June 6, 1944, known as D-Day, the invasion began. The assault on Omaha Beach involved two American divisions, the 1st Infantry Division, known as the Big Red One, and the 29th Infantry Division. These soldiers, many of them young and inexperienced, faced a harrowing task. The first waves of troops landed at Omaha Beach under intense enemy fire. The Germans, positioned in fortified bunkers and machine gun nests, rained bullets and artillery shells on the landing craft and soldiers. Many of the landing craft were destroyed before they reached the shore, and those who made it to the beach faced a deadly gauntlet of obstacles and firepower. The terrain at Omaha Beach added to the challenges. The wide, open beach provided little cover, and the high bluffs allowed German forces to fire down on the exposed American troops. The rising tide threatened to engulf the soldiers and their equipment, adding another layer of urgency to the battle. Despite these overwhelming odds, the American soldiers displayed extraordinary bravery and determination. Small groups of men began to push forward, finding gaps in the German defences and scaling the bluffs. Engineers worked tirelessly to clear obstacles and minefields, enabling reinforcements to reach the beach. By mid-morning, the tide of the battle began to turn. Reinforcements from subsequent waves brought additional manpower and firepower to the fight. Naval bombardments and airstrikes targeted German positions, weakening their defences. Slowly but steadily, the Americans gained ground, overcoming the formidable obstacles and breaking through the Atlantic Wall. By the end of the day, the American forces had secured a foothold at Omaha Beach, but the cost was staggering. Over 2,000 American soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing, making Omaha Beach the bloodiest of the 5 D-Day beaches. The sacrifices of these men were not in vain, as their efforts paved the way for the liberation of Normandy and, ultimately, the defeat of Nazi Germany. The success at Omaha Beach and the broader D-Day invasion marked a turning point in World War II. The Allies established a strong presence in Normandy, which allowed them to launch further offensives into France and beyond. Within weeks, Paris was liberated, and the momentum of the war shifted decisively in favour of the Allies. The Battle of Omaha Beach is remembered as a testament to the courage and resilience of those who fought and sacrificed for freedom. The stories of individual heroism and collective determination continue to inspire generations, reminding us of the cost of war and the enduring value of liberty. Today, the beaches of Normandy are peaceful, their sands washed clean by the tides of time. Memorials and cemeteries stand as solemn reminders of the events of June 6, 1944, honouring the men who gave their lives in the name of freedom. The legacy of Omaha Beach lives on, a symbol of unity, sacrifice, and the indomitable human spirit. As you reflect on this story, imagine the quiet shores of Normandy under a starlit sky, the waves gently lapping at the sands that once bore witness to such bravery. Let the memory of those who fought and fell remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. As the day of June 6, 1944, unfolded at Omaha Beach, the battle continued with relentless intensity. The early waves of American troops had endured devastating losses. Many soldiers never even made it off their landing craft, while others were cut down as they stepped onto the beach. The chaos and carnage of those first hours were overwhelming, with confusion reigning among the survivors as they sought to find cover and organize. The German defenders, positioned in fortified bunkers and pillboxes, maintained a near-constant stream of fire. Machine guns swept the open sands, mortars exploded among the soldiers, and artillery from the high bluffs pounded the beachhead. These fortifications had been meticulously planned, with interlocking fields of fire and overlapping lines of defence, making it nearly impossible for large groups of soldiers to advance without suffering heavy casualties. The Americans faced logistical challenges as well. Many of the tanks and heavy equipment intended to support the landing were lost at sea due to rough waters and enemy fire. The soldiers were left with little more than their rifles, grenades, and sheer determination to overcome the formidable obstacles ahead. The landing beach itself was littered with debris, destroyed landing craft, abandoned equipment, and the bodies of fallen comrades, creating a scene of utter devastation. Yet, amidst this chaos, small pockets of resistance began to form. Groups of soldiers, often led by junior officers or non-commissioned officers, rallied together and started pushing forward. These men displayed extraordinary courage, braving machine gun fire and mortar shells to advance toward the German positions. Engineers worked tirelessly to clear paths through the beach obstacles, blowing gaps in the barbed wire and clearing mines under heavy fire. One of the pivotal moments of the battle came when soldiers began scaling the bluffs that loomed over the beach. Using ropes, ladders, and sheer grit, they climbed the steep slopes to reach the German positions at the top. The fighting here was brutal and close quarters, with soldiers engaging the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Slowly but surely, the Americans began to neutralize the German bunkers and gun emplacements, thus weakening the enemy's defensive hold on the beach. The turning point at Omaha Beach was also aided by naval support. Realizing the dire situation on the beach, American naval commanders ordered their ships to move closer to shore, despite the risk of running aground. From these positions, the ships unleashed a barrage of firepower, targeting the German fortifications with their heavy guns. These naval bombardments played a crucial role in suppressing the enemy defences, allowing the soldiers on the ground to advance. By the afternoon, the tide of the battle had shifted. Reinforcements from later waves brought fresh troops and supplies to the beach, bolstering the American effort. The German defenders, though still fighting fiercely, began to falter under the relentless pressure. The combination of infantry assaults, naval bombardments, and air support gradually broke the German lines. By nightfall, the Americans had established a tenuous foothold at Omaha Beach. The high bluffs, once a symbol of the German dominance, were now under American control. From this vantage point, the troops could push inland, linking up with forces from the other landing beaches and beginning the liberation of Normandy. The cost of victory at Omaha Beach was staggering. Over 2,000 American soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing, making it one of the bloodiest battles of D-Day. The courage and sacrifice of these men, however, paved the way for the success of the entire invasion. Their actions ensured that the Allies could establish a strong presence in Normandy, a crucial step toward defeating Nazi Germany. In the days that followed, the Americans worked to consolidate their position at Omaha Beach. Supply lines were established, reinforcements poured in, and the beachhead became a staging ground for further operations. The success of D-Day marked the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany, as Allied forces pushed inland and liberated towns and cities across France. The Battle of Omaha Beach remains one of the most iconic and studied engagements of World War II. It exemplifies the extraordinary bravery, determination, and resilience of the soldiers who fought there. Their sacrifices remind us of the cost of freedom and the enduring power of unity in the face of adversity. Today, Omaha Beach is a place of reflection and remembrance. The sands that once bore witness to such intense combat are now quiet, visited by people from around the world who come to pay their respects. The Normandy American Cemetery, overlooking the beach, stands as a solemn tribute to the thousands of soldiers who gave their lives on D-Day. As you think about the events of Omaha Beach, imagine the courage it took for those soldiers to face such overwhelming odds. Picture the determination of the men scaling the bluffs, the resolve of the engineers clearing obstacles, and the bravery of the naval crews providing support. Let their sacrifices fill you with a sense of gratitude and inspiration. The story of Omaha Beach is not just one of extraordinary bravery and resilience. It is also a tale of lessons learned and strategies developed that would influence the remainder of World War II. The success of D-Day, including the hard-fought victory at Omaha Beach, gave the Allies a critical foothold in Western Europe, but it also came with a significant cost, offering lessons in leadership, logistics, and the nature of modern warfare. In the days and weeks following June 6, 1944, the Allies worked tirelessly to solidify their positions in Normandy. Omaha Beach, alongside the other 4 landing beaches, became a vital supply hub for the Allied forces. Engineers constructed artificial harbours, known as mulberry harbours, to facilitate the unloading of troops, vehicles and supplies. These floating piers were a marvel of engineering and a testament to the ingenuity and determination of the Allied effort. With the beachhead secured, the Allies pushed inland, encountering fierce resistance from German forces. The bocage, the dense hedgerows that characterised the Normandy countryside, proved to be a significant obstacle, offering German defenders natural cover and making it difficult for Allied tanks and infantry to advance. Despite these challenges, the Allies pressed forward, liberating towns and villages one by one. Omaha Beach's role in the larger Normandy campaign cannot be overstated. It served as a crucial link between the various sectors of the invasion, allowing the Allies to coordinate their movements and reinforce their lines. The capture of Omaha Beach also enabled the Allies to connect with the airborne divisions that had landed further inland, creating a unified front that could push the Germans back. The success of the Normandy campaign eventually led to the liberation of Paris in August 1944. The victory at Omaha Beach and the other landing sites had set the stage for this momentous achievement, giving the Allies the momentum they needed to continue their advance across France and into Germany. By opening a western front, the Allies forced the Germans to fight on multiple fronts, stretching their resources and hastening the collapse of the Nazi regime. For the soldiers who fought at Omaha Beach, the experience left an indelible mark. Many of the survivors carried the memories of that harrowing day for the rest of their lives. Their stories, filled with moments of terror, heroism, and camaraderie, provide invaluable insights into the human cost of war. These first-hand accounts have been passed down through generations, ensuring that the sacrifices made on that stretch of sand are never forgotten. The legacy of Omaha Beach extends beyond the battlefield. It serves as a reminder of the importance of unity and collaboration in overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges. The D-Day invasion was a joint effort involving not just American forces but also British, Canadian and other Allied troops. Their collective determination and shared purpose exemplify the power of working together for a common goal. In the years following World War II, Omaha Beach became a symbol of remembrance and reconciliation. Memorials and cemeteries were established to honour the fallen, and annual commemorations bring together veterans, their families, and people from around the world to reflect on the events of June 6, 1944. The beach itself, now peaceful and serene, offers a stark contrast to the chaos and violence of that day, serving as a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made for freedom. The Battle of Omaha Beach also holds important lessons for future generations. It underscores the importance of preparation, adaptability, and resolve in the face of adversity. The soldiers who fought there demonstrated extraordinary courage, refusing to give up despite overwhelming odds. Their example inspires us to persevere through challenges and to value the freedoms and opportunities that others have fought to secure. As you reflect on the story of Omaha Beach, imagine the waves gently lapping against the shore, the sands now quiet and still. Think of the soldiers who stepped onto that beach, knowing the dangers that awaited them, yet pressing forward with unwavering determination. Let their bravery and sacrifice remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. The legacy of Omaha Beach continues to resonate far beyond the shores of Normandy. It stands as a testament to the bravery and sacrifice of those who fought, and as a reminder of the profound impact of collective action in the pursuit of freedom. While the battle itself ended on June 6, 1944, its implications echoed throughout the remainder of the war and the decades that followed. In the immediate aftermath of the D-Day invasion, the Allies faced the monumental task of consolidating their gains and pushing further into German-occupied territory. The soldiers at Omaha Beach were soon joined by reinforcements, swelling the ranks and ensuring that the beachhead could serve as a staging ground for subsequent offensives. Supplies poured in through makeshift ports and logistical hubs, enabling the Allied forces to maintain their momentum. The capture of Omaha Beach, alongside the other landing sites, directly contributed to the liberation of Normandy. The fighting that followed was grueling, with both sides suffering heavy losses as they contested every inch of ground. The hedgerows of the bocage proved to be as challenging as the bluffs of Omaha Beach, with their dense vegetation providing ample cover for German defenders. Despite this, the Allies persevered, employing innovative tactics and overwhelming firepower to overcome the obstacles. One of the critical outcomes of the battle was the establishment of a Western Front. This forced Germany to split its resources, fighting the Allies in the west while continuing to battle the Soviet Union in the east. The strain of this two-front war proved too much for the Nazi regime, hastening its eventual collapse. The victory at Omaha Beach also had a profound psychological impact. For the Allied forces, it was a demonstration of their ability to achieve what many had thought impossible. The success of the invasion bolstered morale and provided a sense of hope for a future free from tyranny. For the German forces, it marked the beginning of the end, as the once impregnable Atlantic Wall had been breached, and the tide of the war was turning decisively against them. As the Allies advanced across France, the significance of Omaha Beach became even more apparent. It was not just a battle, but a gateway, an entry point for liberation. Towns and cities that had suffered under German occupation were freed, and the French people began to rebuild their lives. By August 1944, Paris was liberated, a moment that symbolized the triumph of the Allied cause and the resilience of the human spirit. In the broader context of World War II, Omaha Beach serves as a reminder of the high stakes and immense sacrifices involved in the fight against fascism. The lessons learned there informed Allied strategy in subsequent campaigns, from the push into Germany to the eventual victory in Europe in May 1945. The story of Omaha Beach has also left an indelible mark on culture and memory. Films, books and documentaries have brought the events of D-Day to life for new generations, ensuring that the bravery and sacrifices of those who fought are never forgotten. Veterans who survived the battle have shared their stories, offering invaluable insights into the human experience of war. For those who visit Normandy today, Omaha Beach is a place of reflection and reverence. The rows of white crosses at the Normandy American Cemetery stand as a poignant reminder of the lives lost. The monuments and museums tell the story of the battle, preserving its legacy for future generations. Walking along the beach, one can still see remnants of the landing, from scattered artifacts to the rusted remains of bunkers and defences. The impact of Omaha Beach extends beyond the battlefield. It reminds us of the power of unity, the importance of standing up against injustice, and the strength that comes from working together toward a common goal. It also serves as a cautionary tale, urging us to remember the cost of war and the value of peace. As we close this chapter of history, take a moment to reflect on the bravery of those who fought at Omaha Beach. Imagine the waves gently washing over the sands, erasing the scars of battle, but never the memory of what took place there. Let their sacrifices inspire you to cherish the freedoms we enjoy today, and to strive for a future where such sacrifices are no longer necessary. The Cuban Missile Crisis didn't arise in a vacuum. It was the culmination of years of Cold War tensions, a time when the world seemed to teeter on the edge of uncertainty. Imagine, for a moment, the quiet hum of the post-war era giving way to the slow, steady march of ideological rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union. This rivalry, like a deep and resonant drumbeat, echoed across the globe, shaping the landscapes of diplomacy and conflict alike. The United States, with its vision of democracy, and the Soviet Union, determined to spread communism, found themselves locked in a careful and delicate dance, their every move calculated, every gesture weighted with significance. By the early 1960s, this struggle had already seen pivotal moments, like the Berlin blockade and the Korean War, leaving an enduring imprint on the hearts and minds of millions. Then came 1959, a turning point that brought Cuba into sharp focus. The Cuban Revolution swept through the island like a soft but unrelenting wind, carrying Fidel Castro to power and replacing the Batista regime. Under Castro, Cuba aligned itself with the Soviet Union, transforming into a communist stronghold just 90 miles from American shores, a distance so short it might as well have been a whisper across the ocean. This proximity brought with it a quiet but undeniable unease, a tension that settled in the minds of US leaders like a lingering shadow. The hum of covert operations soon followed, culminating in the failed Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961. This misstep, like a ripple in still water, spread embarrassment for the Kennedy administration and deepened the chasm of mistrust between the US and Cuba. At the same time, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev, ever watchful and calculating, saw an opportunity to exploit this growing divide. He began to weave a plan that would take full advantage of Cuba's location, creating a web of uncertainty and anticipation that seemed to stretch endlessly across the calm skies. As we linger in this moment of reflection, picture a world on edge yet still wrapped in quiet resolve. Let these images and thoughts drift gently through your mind, like leaves carried by a slow, steady current. The stage was set, each thread of tension delicately placed, weaving the intricate fabric of what would soon become one of the most dramatic and perilous moments in modern history. In the quiet skies of October 14th, 1962, something extraordinary unfolded, something that would ripple through time like a soft, endless wave. High above the peaceful landscapes of Cuba, an American U-2 reconnaissance plane glided effortlessly, its sleek form cutting through the stillness of the heavens. From its vantage point, the plane captured a series of photographs, silent yet profound, revealing a truth that would shake the world. Soviet missile sites, nestled discreetly amidst the lush and tranquil countryside, were under construction. These were no ordinary missiles. Their presence was like a whisper of something immense and dangerous, carrying with them the potential for devastation. Capable of reaching the heart of the United States within mere moments, these medium and intermediate range ballistic missiles carried the weight of a silent, looming threat. The images, delicate and unassuming, were swiftly brought back to Washington, where they were met with a storm of hushed urgency and careful deliberation. Picture the scene as President John F. Kennedy and his advisors gathered in the stillness of the White House. The room was heavy with the quiet murmur of voices, each one low and deliberate as the photographs were laid out like puzzle pieces on a smooth, polished table. The gravity of the discovery hung in the air, a presence as tangible as the tick of a distant clock. Each second stretched slow and steady, like the rhythm of a deep and calming breath. As the advisors spoke, their words mingled with the ambient quiet, and the room seemed to hold its breath. It became clear that this was not just a military challenge, but a profound shift in the balance of power. The missiles in Cuba mirrored the US's own installations in Turkey, creating a precarious symmetry of threat that deepened the unease. This delicate balance, like a tightrope suspended above a chasm, demanded extraordinary care and calm. For a moment, close your eyes and imagine the scene. The soft rustle of papers, the distant hum of voices, and the unspoken tension that lingers in the air like a gentle mist. This was a time of reflection, a time when the world seemed poised on the edge of a decision that could change everything. Yet, amidst the tension, there was also a stillness, a fragile sense of order holding back the chaos beyond. As the president and his team weighed their options, the choices before them seemed infinite, like waves rolling gently onto a shore. Diplomacy, military action, or something in between, each decision carried the weight of an uncertain future. But for now, in this moment, let these thoughts settle, like leaves falling softly to the ground, as the story gently unfolds further into the night. In the days that followed the discover, the world seemed to move in slow motion, each moment drawn out as though the air itself had grown thicker, heavier. President Kennedy and his advisors, the Executive Committee of the National Security Council, often referred to as ExComm, met repeatedly in the quiet, reflective halls of the White House. Their discussions, careful and deliberate, centered on one pressing question: how to respond to this grave discovery. The choices before them were as weighty as the stillness that filled the room. One option was a military strike to destroy the missile sites, swift and decisive. Another was a full-scale invasion of Cuba, an action that would surely provoke a direct confrontation with the Soviet Union. But even as these strategies were considered, their risks loomed large, like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. A misstep could spark the very thing they all feared: a nuclear war that might engulf the world in unimaginable devastation. Amid the tense deliberations, a third option emerged, one that seemed to offer a chance for resolution without immediate violence: a naval quarantine of Cuba. This option, though less aggressive, was no less bold. By establishing a blockade to prevent further delivery of Soviet missiles and military equipment to the island, the United States could demonstrate its resolve while leaving room for diplomacy to take hold. The term quarantine was chosen carefully, softer than blockade, to avoid the suggestion of an act of war. Picture, if you will, the long pauses between words as the advisors weighed this plan. Their voices, low and measured, filled the space like the gentle lapping of waves against a shore. The room, dimly lit and hushed, seemed to hold its breath as the implications of the quarantine began to crystallize. Would it be enough to deter the Soviets, or would it provoke them into escalating the conflict further? The question lingered, unanswered, like a faint echo in the stillness. On October 22nd, 1962, President Kennedy addressed the nation in a speech that broke the quiet tension of those days. His calm and steady voice carried across the airwaves, explaining the situation and announcing the quarantine. He described the missiles in Cuba as a secret, swift, and extraordinary build-up, and made it clear that the United States would not tolerate this threat so close to its shores. Yet, even in this moment of firm resolve, there was an undercurrent of hope, a hope that reason might prevail, that diplomacy might yet find a path through the shadows of uncertainty. Imagine the millions of listeners across the world, leaning closer to their radios, their breaths slowing as the words sank in. The quarantine was now in place, a quiet but firm line drawn in the waters around Cuba. The decision was made, yet the outcome remained unknown, hanging in the air like a gentle mist at dawn. As we move forward, let these thoughts rest gently in your mind, like whispers carried on a cool, soothing breeze as we drift deeper into this unfolding story. Take a moment, breathe deeply, slowly, and imagine the calm before a storm, the kind of quiet that hums with anticipation when time seems to stretch and every second feels longer than the last. This was the atmosphere as the United States naval quarantine of Cuba went into effect on October 24, 1962. The blockade was not just a line drawn in the water, it was a test of wills between two superpowers. American warships moved into position, forming a silent, steady wall in the ocean, ready to intercept any Soviet vessels attempting to deliver more missiles or military supplies to Cuba. These ships, though distant from the shorelines, carried with them the weight of a global audience's gaze as the world watched and waited, holding its collective breath. Far away in the stillness of the Kremlin, Premier Khrushchev faced his own moment of reflection. Soviet ships were already en route to Cuba, some carrying cargo that would challenge the blockade directly. Would they stop or press on? To retreat might signal weakness, to advance might spark open conflict. The tension was palpable, an invisible thread pulling tighter with each passing hour. Imagine the seas, vast and unyielding, their surface calm but concealing a profound sense of unease beneath. The American ships floated silently, their crews ready but motionless, listening to the soft rhythm of the waves and the low hum of the engines. Across the Atlantic, the Soviet vessels continued their approach, the space between them shrinking slowly, steadily, like the narrowing of a great and ominous gulf. Back in Washington, the ExCom held near-constant meetings, their discussions now carrying the gravity of the quarantine's first test. Reports from the blockade zone came in, each one met with careful deliberation. The tension in those rooms was thick, almost tangible, as though it might spill out into the world beyond. Every voice was measured, every pause significant, as the weight of their decisions pressed down like a blanket of still and heavy air. Then, on October the 25th, an eerie moment of calm arrived. The Soviet ships stopped just short of the blockade line. This pause, this single moment of restraint, was both a relief and a reminder of how precariously balanced the situation remained. Khrushchev sent a message proposing negotiations, a glimmer of light breaking through the clouds of uncertainty. For a moment, let your mind linger on this fragile quiet. Imagine the stillness of the ocean, the distant shapes of the ships, and the muffled sounds of calm activity on deck. It was a pause, but not yet a resolution, like the faintest hint of dawn before the sun begins to rise. As the world held its breath, the next moves remained uncertain, waiting to unfold with the slow and deliberate pace of history itself. Pause for a moment. Let the tension of the previous days fade, and allow yourself to sink into this pivotal chapter, a time when words, not weapons, became the instruments of a potential resolution. As the blockade held firm and Soviet ships paused in their advance, the crisis shifted from the oceans to the realm of communication. It was now a battle of letters and messages, where every word carried the weight of the world. On October 26th, Premier Khrushchev sent the first of 2 letters to President Kennedy. It was a message of emotion and urgency, filled with words that seemed almost pleading, like whispers carried on a breeze. Khrushchev proposed a resolution. The Soviet Union would withdraw its missiles from Cuba if the United States would promise not to invade the island. The tone was personal, almost vulnerable, as if Khrushchev sought to reach Kennedy not as an adversary, but as a fellow human standing on the precipice of disaster. The next day, however, brought a second letter, different in tone, harsher, more calculated. This one demanded that the United States also remove its Jupiter missiles from Turkey, an escalation that added a new layer of complexity to the already delicate negotiations. These letters, arriving like waves in succession, left Kennedy and his advisers navigating treacherous waters. Which message represented Khrushchev's true intent? Was this a sincere offer or a ploy to gain an upper hand? In the stillness of the White House, Kennedy and the ExCom deliberated late into the night. Their discussions were careful, deliberate, each word spoken slowly, as if to avoid disturbing the fragile balance they were trying to maintain. The question lingered in the air like the soft echo of distant footsteps. How could they accept the first offer without appearing weak, while also avoiding a direct confrontation that might spiral into war? Imagine the quiet of those rooms, filled only with the faint rustling of papers and the low hum of thought. It was a moment of immense pressure, but also one of profound restraint. as though the weight of their decisions was held aloft by a delicate and invisible thread. Finally, Kennedy made his choice. He responded to Khrushchev's first letter, agreeing to the proposal of a non-invasion pledge in exchange for the removal of the missiles from Cuba. The Jupiter missiles in Turkey were not mentioned in this reply, a deliberate omission meant to simplify the path to resolution. At the same time, Robert Kennedy, the president's brother and attorney general, quietly met with Soviet ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin to discuss the removal of the Turkish missiles as a separate, unofficial arrangement. As the letters were exchanged, the world waited in silence. Imagine millions of hearts beating slowly, steadily, as the fate of humanity seemed to hang in the balance. This was diplomacy at its most fragile, like a fine thread spun across an open void. And yet, in that fragility, there was also hope, a faint but growing light at the end of a long and shadowed tunnel. Let this, though, drift gently through your mind as we move toward the final chapter of this remarkable story, where the crisis finds its resolution and the world begins to exhale. As the sun rose on October 28, 1962, the world awoke to a glimmer of relief. Premier Khrushchev announced that the Soviet Union would dismantle and remove its missiles from Cuba. His decision, conveyed in a public radio broadcast, marked the end of the 13-day standoff that had brought humanity to the brink of nuclear war. The missiles, he declared, would be taken apart and the weaponry returned to the Soviet Union under United Nations supervision. For President Kennedy, this was a moment of cautious triumph. The US quarantine had succeeded in forcing a peaceful resolution without resorting to violence. The secret agreement to remove the American Jupiter missiles from Turkey added a layer of complexity but remained undisclosed to the public, allowing both nations to save face in the eyes of the world. In the following days, work began to de-escalate the situation. Soviet personnel in Cuba started dismantling the missile sites, and American reconnaissance planes confirmed the progress. Meanwhile, the US ships maintained their positions until the removal was complete, standing as quiet sentinels of the fragile peace that now settled over the Caribbean. The resolution of the Cuban Missile Crisis was hailed as a victory for diplomacy, but it left an enduring impact on both nations. In the United States, Kennedy emerged as a skilled leader who had successfully navigated the most dangerous crisis of the Cold War. For Khrushchev, the crisis was a humbling moment that exposed the limits of Soviet power and, in part, contributed to his eventual removal from office. Yet, the aftermath also brought reflection. The sheer proximity to disaster prompted both superpowers to reconsider their approach to conflict and diplomacy. In 1963, the two nations established the Moscow-Washington Hotline, a direct communication link designed to prevent misunderstandings and delays in future crises. It was a small but significant step toward reducing the risk of nuclear confrontation. Imagine the stillness of those post-crisis days. The world, so recently shadowed by the threat of annihilation, now seemed quieter, calmer, as if holding its breath in gratitude. The Cuban Missile Crisis had shown how close humanity could come to its own destruction, and how essential it was to step back from the edge. In the years that followed, the crisis became a symbol of both the dangers of the nuclear age and the power of restraint and diplomacy. It remains a reminder of the delicate balance that sustains peace and the courage required to preserve it. As we reflect on the Cuban Missile Crisis, we realize its profound significance in shaping the trajectory of history. These 13 days in October 1962 were more than just a tense standoff between two superpowers. They were a moment when humanity stood on the edge of a precipice, where the future of the world hung in the balance. The resolution of the crisis, through diplomacy, restraint, and the courage to seek peace, reminds us of the fragile nature of our existence and the deep responsibility we all share to preserve it. The Cuban Missile Crisis serves as a testament to the power of careful communication and the importance of maintaining calm in the face of peril. It is a reminder that even in our darkest moments, when fear and uncertainty seem overwhelming, it is possible to find a path toward peace through understanding and cooperation. The decisions made during that crisis, by leaders and diplomats alike, were not just about averting disaster, but about fostering a future in which humanity could move forward, together, with a deeper commitment to avoiding the devastation of war. This story, with all its tension and drama, carries with it a profound sense of satisfaction, knowing that through diplomacy, cooler heads prevailed. The crisis could have led to a catastrophe, but instead, it ended with the restoration of a delicate peace, and as we find comfort in that resolution, we can allow ourselves to drift into a space of tranquility, knowing that even in the most tumultuous times, peace is always within our reach if we dare to reach for it. As we close this chapter on the Cuban Missile Crisis, take a moment to feel the weight of history's lessons wash over you, soothing your mind and heart. The story, though intense, carries with it a sense of relief and calm, a reminder that peace, like the most gentle rain, can cleanse even the deepest tensions. Now, as we begin to let go of these thoughts, allow the soft sound of rain in the background to fill your senses. Let the music gently carry you, like a breeze through the trees, into a state of deep relaxation. The calm, steady rhythm of the rain, with its soothing patter and the quiet hum of the night, will help you unwind fully, offering a peaceful escape as you settle into a restful sleep. It is the 3rd century BCE in the ancient city of Syracuse, a bustling Greek settlement on the island of Sicily. The air is filled with the scent of the sea carried by the breeze from the nearby Mediterranean coast. The streets are alive with merchants, artisans and scholars, their voices blending into a harmonious hum. Among these people walks a young boy, his eyes bright with curiosity, his mind constantly searching for answers to questions most people do not think to ask. This boy is Archimedes. Born to a family of intellect and privilege, Archimedes' father, Phidias, is an astronomer who nurtures his son's love for learning. From a young age, Archimedes is fascinated by the world around him. The way the stars move across the night sky, the precise mechanics of gears and levers, the simple yet profound mysteries of numbers, all of these captivate his developing mind. He spends his days asking questions, pondering problems and seeking answers in the natural world. As Archimedes grows, his thirst for knowledge takes him beyond the borders of Syracuse. He travels to Alexandria in Egypt, a renowned centre of learning, home to the great library of Alexandria. Here he studies alongside the brightest minds of his time, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. He dives deep into the works of great thinkers, geometry, physics, astronomy. Each new concept fuels his passion for discovery, and his mind sharpens with each lesson learned. Upon returning to Syracuse, Archimedes dedicates himself to a life of study and invention. He spends his days in quiet contemplation, often retreating to his study or wandering the shores of the sea. His mind dances with ideas, equations, and theories. He is not concerned with wealth or fame, but with understanding the fundamental principles that govern the universe. One of his most famous discoveries begins in a moment of quiet observation. The story goes that King Hero II, ruler of Syracuse, asks Archimedes to determine whether a crown made for him is pure gold, or if the goldsmith has mixed in lesser metals. Pondering this problem, Archimedes relaxes into a warm bath, the water rippling around him. As he lowers his body into the tub, he notices how the water rises, displaced by his form. In that instant, a revelation strikes him, the principle of buoyancy. He realizes that by measuring how much water an object displaces, he can determine its density and thus its purity. Overcome with excitement, he leaps from the bath and runs through the streets shouting, "Eureka! Eureka!" Greek for "I have found it." This moment, though simple, is a breakthrough in science and engineering, demonstrating Archimedes' brilliance and his ability to find solutions in the most ordinary of experiences. This principle, now known as Archimedes' principle, lays the foundation for understanding buoyancy and density, concepts that will influence science for centuries to come. Archimedes' work continues to expand. He is fascinated by the power of simple machines and begins to develop tools and mechanisms that demonstrate the incredible potential of levers, pulleys, and screws. He famously declares, "Give me a place to stand, and I will move the earth." These words reflect his deep understanding of the mechanical advantage provided by levers. He designs ingenious contraptions such as the Archimedean screw, a device used to raise water for irrigation and drainage. This invention, with its elegant spiral structure, helps farmers move water efficiently and will continue to be used for centuries in different parts of the world. Archimedes' mind does not rest. He explores the mysteries of geometry, calculating areas, volumes and surfaces with astonishing precision. He develops formulas for the areas of circles, the volumes of spheres, and the properties of parabolas. His work on the mathematics of shapes lays the groundwork for calculus, a field that will not fully develop until many centuries later. In addition to his theoretical work, Archimedes applies his knowledge to practical problems. Syracuse faces threats from rival powers, and Archimedes' inventions become tools of defense. He designs war machines, catapults, cranes, and even rumored death rays that use mirrors to focus sunlight and set enemy ships ablaze. These devices, products of his genius, help protect his city from invaders. Yet for all his achievements, Archimedes remains humble, his mind always focused on the pursuit of truth. His days are spent drawing diagrams in the sand, solving equations and pondering the mysteries of the universe. His joy lies not in the recognition of others, but in the quiet satisfaction of discovery. As you breathe deeply and slowly, imagine Archimedes in his study, the soft glow of an oil lamp illuminating the scrolls and diagrams spread before him. The gentle sound of waves drifts through an open window, a soothing rhythm that accompanies his thoughts. The air is filled with the faint scent of parchment and seawater. In this moment of stillness, there is a profound sense of peace, a quiet celebration of the mind's limitless potential. Archimedes' life, though dedicated to discovery, ends in a moment of tragic misunderstanding. During the siege of Syracuse by the Roman army, the city falls despite its defences. As the soldiers enter, Archimedes is engrossed in his work, drawing a mathematical diagram in the sand. A Roman soldier approaches him, but Archimedes, absorbed in his thoughts, asks the soldier not to disturb his circles. In a tragic instant, the soldier strikes him down, unaware of the brilliance of the man before him. But though his life is cut short, Archimedes' legacy endures. His discoveries, his inventions, and his insights into the world of mathematics and physics continue to inspire generations. His work becomes the foundation for future scientists, engineers, and thinkers, a testament to the enduring power of curiosity and intellect. As you drift further into sleep, let the story of Archimedes remind you of the beauty of exploration, the joy of discovery, and the quiet power of the mind. His life teaches us that the pursuit of knowledge, no matter how simple or complex, is a journey worth taking. Each question we ask, each problem we solve, brings us closer to understanding the wonders of the world. As you sink deeper into the gentle embrace of sleep, let the wisdom and wonder of Archimedes' life continue to guide your thoughts. His journey was one of relentless curiosity, an unquenchable thirst for understanding the mysteries of the universe. Even now, centuries later, his discoveries ripple through time, touching the modern world in ways both seen and unseen. Picture the quiet streets of ancient Syracuse once more. The sun has set and the city is cloaked in twilight. The gentle sound of the sea rolls in the distance, its waves washing softly against the stone walls of the harbour. Lanterns flicker along the narrow alleyways, casting warm pools of light onto the cobbled streets. Somewhere in this peaceful setting, Archimedes walks slowly, his mind alive with thoughts and ideas. He is at ease, his steps unhurried, the weight of his questions a welcome companion rather than a burden. This tranquility reflects a life devoted to understanding, to peeling back the layers of the world to reveal the beauty beneath. Archimedes saw the universe as a grand puzzle, one that could be unravelled with patience, logic, and observation. He understood that the smallest discoveries could lead to the grandest truths, that even the most complex problems could be solved by breaking them down into their simplest forms. Imagine him standing by the shoreline, the breeze rustling his robes, the salty air filling his lungs. He gazes out at the expanse of the sea, the horizon a seamless blend of water and sky. In his mind, the sea is not just a vast body of water, but a dynamic system governed by principles he can explore and understand. To Archimedes, every wave, every ripple tells a story of motion, force, and balance. His world is alive with meaning, a canvas on which the laws of nature are painted with exquisite detail. He returns to his workshop, a quiet space filled with scrolls, diagrams, and tools of his trade. The air carries the scent of ink, parchment, and aged wood. The room is dimly lit by the soft glow of an oil lamp, its flame dancing gently. Archimedes leans over a table strewn with geometric figures and mechanical designs. His fingers trace the lines of a new invention, his mind focused yet serene. Each stroke of his quill, each measurement, is a step in his never-ending quest to understand the world more deeply. His life reminds us that knowledge is not just power, it is also peace. The act of learning, of discovering, brings with it a calm certainty, a quiet joy. Archimedes found solace in his work, in the simple yet profound pleasure of solving a problem, of uncovering a truth that lay hidden just beneath the surface. His discoveries were not just for his time, but for all time, a gift to future generations who would build upon his legacy. Allow your mind to rest in this world of gentle discovery, where questions are welcomed and answers are earned through patience and insight. Let the image of Archimedes' quiet contemplation bring you comfort. His life shows us that there is beauty in thought, in exploration, in the pursuit of knowledge. No problem is too large, no challenge too daunting when faced with a calm and determined mind. As you breathe slowly and deeply, feel a sense of calm curiosity settle over you. The worries of the day drift away, replaced by the stillness of this moment. The gentle rhythm of your breath becomes the heartbeat of your own quiet discoveries. Like Archimedes, you're free to explore the depths of your thoughts, to wonder, to question, and to dream. The soft lapping of waves on the shore echoes in the distance, a soothing sound that anchors you to a place of peace. The stars twinkle faintly above, each one a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lie before you. Archimedes understood that the universe, vast and mysterious, is a place of endless wonder. And as you drift further into sleep, you too are part of that wonder, a being of thought, curiosity, and potential. Imagine the warmth of a gentle sun rising over the horizon, casting its golden light across the quiet city of Syracuse. The world awakens slowly, the streets coming to life with the soft sounds of morning. Archimedes' study is filled with the gentle glow of dawn, his scrolls illuminated by the first rays of light. The work continues, the questions remain, and the journey of discovery goes on. In this moment, you're wrapped in a blanket of peace and possibility. The story of Archimedes whispers to you that the pursuit of knowledge is a path without end, a journey that brings fulfillment and joy. His life is a reminder that even the smallest insights can lead to the greatest understandings, that patience and curiosity are the keys to unlocking the universe's secrets. As you drift deeper into the serene embrace of sleep, let the story of Archimedes continue to weave through your thoughts like a gentle current. His life reminds us that the universe is filled with puzzles waiting to be solved, and each quiet moment of reflection brings us closer to understanding its secrets. The night is calm now, and the echoes of his discoveries linger softly in your mind. Imagine the gentle rhythm of the sea, the waves rising and falling in a soothing eternal dance. The moon casts a silvery light upon the water, its reflection shimmering and rippling with each movement. This same sea, with its endless motion, once inspired Archimedes to develop theories of fluid mechanics, his brilliant mind observing patterns and laws hidden in the simplest of things. To him, the sea was more than just water. It was a universe of knowledge, a place where physics, geometry, and nature met in perfect harmony. Allow yourself to float upon this tranquil sea, the waves cradling you with their soft, steady motion. The worries of the day dissolve, carried away by the tides. Each breath you take is like the rise and fall of the waves, a rhythm of life, of peace, of calm. You're held safely in this space of quiet discovery, where the world's complexities fade into simplicity and every thought leads you closer to rest. Picture Archimedes seated on a sun-warmed rock by the shoreline, a piece of parchment resting on his knee. The wind tousles his hair as he sketches shapes and equations with a steady hand. His eyes are focused, yet there is a deep peace in his expression. The world is his canvas, and with every observation, every calculation, he adds a stroke to the masterpiece of human knowledge. His mind is a sanctuary, a place where curiosity flows freely, unencumbered by doubt or fear. In your own mind, you too have this sanctuary, a place where thoughts drift like clouds, where questions are welcomed, and where answers are like stars twinkling softly in the night sky. There is no need to rush, no pressure to understand everything at once. The act of wondering, of exploring, is enough. This quiet space within you is a reflection of Archimedes' own calm, thoughtful mind, a place where peace and discovery coexist. As the night deepens, the sounds of Syracuse fade into stillness. The bustling markets, the clink of hammers in workshops, the calls of merchants, all grow quieter, like the world itself is gently falling asleep. The only sounds that remain are the whispering of the sea and the soft sigh of the breeze. Archimedes continues his work, his mind at ease, immersed in the beauty of the world's mysteries. In his final moments, Archimedes was said to have been absorbed in thought, drawing figures in the sand. Even as chaos swirled around him, his focus remained unbroken, his mind lost in contemplation. This dedication, this unwavering love of knowledge, is a gentle reminder that we, too, can find peace in the simple act of thinking, of observing, of being present with our thoughts. As you breathe in deeply, imagine the sand beneath your feet, warm and soft. The gentle waves wash over your toes, each ripple a soft caress that soothes and relaxes you. The horizon stretches endlessly before you, the boundary between sea and sky blurred by a golden haze. This endless horizon is like the realm of knowledge, a place where there is always more to explore, more to understand, more to discover. Feel the weight of your body sinking into comfort, your muscles relaxing, your mind unwinding. The story of Archimedes lingers like a comforting presence, a reminder that within you is the potential for great insight, for curiosity, for peace. You are part of the same universe that Archimedes sought to understand, a universe filled with beauty, logic, and wonder. Now let go completely, surrendering to the calm embrace of sleep. The sea of your thoughts grows still, the waves gentle and soothing. The stars above shine with a quiet brilliance, each one a beacon of endless possibility. You're safe here, wrapped in the warmth of the night, guided by the gentle wisdom of Archimedes' journey. Thank you for joining us tonight on History and Sleep. May this story of discovery, resilience, and curiosity guide you into a deep, restful slumber. Let Archimedes' legacy remind you that every question, every thought, every moment of wonder is a step toward understanding the world around you. Sleep deeply, knowing that you are part of a grand, beautiful universe, and that peace and curiosity are always within your reach. Charles Darwin, one of the most influential figures in science, is often remembered for his groundbreaking work on evolution. But his journey to understanding the origins of life on Earth was anything but straightforward. Born in 1809 in Shrewsbury, England, Darwin grew up in a world where scientific exploration was on the rise, but the idea of evolution was not yet widely accepted. His life was filled with scientific curiosity, challenging ideas, and a journey across the world that would forever alter the way humanity viewed itself. Darwin was born to a family of notable individuals. His father, Robert Darwin, was a wealthy physician, and his mother, Susanna, came from the Wedgwood family, known for their pottery business. Tragically, Darwin's mother passed away when he was just 8 years old, leaving a profound impact on him. His father, who had high hopes for him to follow in his footsteps as a physician, sent him to medical school at the University of Edinburgh when he was 16. But Darwin's interests lay elsewhere. He found the practice of medicine distasteful, particularly surgery, which he thought was barbaric. But it wasn't just medicine that failed to capture his imagination. It was the traditional academic curriculum. Instead, Darwin was drawn to the natural sciences, particularly geology and biology, subjects that were not typically emphasised in the medical field. He would spend his free time collecting specimens and studying the natural world around him. However, despite his deepening passion for natural history, Darwin did not excel in his medical studies. His father, frustrated with his son's lack of progress, sent him to Christ College in Cambridge, hoping that he might find a new direction in life. It was there that Darwin's fascination with natural history truly took off. Under the guidance of influential professors, including botanist John Stevens Henslow, Darwin began to focus his attention on the study of nature, a decision that would eventually lead him to the discovery of the theory of evolution. During his time at Cambridge, Darwin formed a close friendship with Henslow, who encouraged him to pursue a career in natural history. Darwin graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree in 1831 and, despite having no formal training in the field, decided to join the HMS Beagle on a voyage around the world. It was on this journey that Darwin would begin to develop his ideas about natural selection and the evolution of species. The voyage of the Beagle began in 1831 and lasted nearly 5 years, taking Darwin to places as far as South America, the Galapagos Islands, Australia, and Africa. The trip provided Darwin with an unparalleled opportunity to observe the natural world in its most diverse forms. He meticulously collected specimens of plants, animals, and fossils, and took detailed notes on his observations. It was during his time in the Galapagos Islands, however, that Darwin made a discovery that would change everything. He noticed that the finches on the islands were all similar, but had distinct variations in their beaks depending on the type of food available. This observation led him to question the idea that species were fixed and unchanging. Darwin began to develop a theory that species were not created in their present form, but evolved over time, adapting to the environment in which they lived. He proposed that the differences between species were a result of small changes accumulated over generations, with those organisms better suited to their environments surviving and passing on their advantageous traits. This idea, known as natural selection, became the cornerstone of Darwin's theory of evolution. Upon returning to England in 1836, Darwin began to work on his observations from the voyage. He spent the next several years analysing his findings, corresponding with other scientists and developing his ideas. It was a slow and meticulous process. He was reluctant to publish his ideas, knowing that they would be controversial. The scientific and religious communities of the time were heavily invested in the idea of creationism, the belief that life was created by a divine being in its present form. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged this deeply held belief, and he feared the backlash that would come with publishing his ideas. In 1859, after more than 20 years of research, Darwin finally published his most famous work, On the Origin of Species. The book outlined his theory of evolution by natural selection, and it quickly became one of the most influential scientific works of all time. The reaction to the book was mixed. Many scientists praised Darwin's work, recognizing the evidence he had gathered and the implications of his theory. However, the religious community was outraged, and the book sparked a fierce debate that continues to this day. One of the most significant aspects of Darwin's theory was its challenge to the traditional view of creation. Prior to Darwin, the widely accepted belief was that species were fixed and immutable, created by God. Darwin's theory of natural selection suggested that species could change over time, and that all life on Earth shared a common ancestry. This idea was revolutionary, and it provided a scientific explanation for the diversity of life on Earth that did not rely on divine intervention. Despite the controversy surrounding his work, Darwin continued to defend his theory and expand upon it throughout his life. In addition to his work on evolution, he made important contributions to fields such as geology, biology, and anthropology. He was also a vocal advocate for the importance of scientific inquiry and the need to question established beliefs. His work laid the foundation for modern biology and helped to shape the course of scientific thought in the years that followed. Darwin's personal life was not without its struggles. He suffered from various health problems throughout his life, including chronic illnesses that plagued him for much of his adulthood. Some historians believe that these ailments were a result of the stress and anxiety caused by the controversy surrounding his work. Darwin was also deeply affected by the death of his beloved daughter, Annie, in 1851. Her death, at the age of 10, profoundly impacted Darwin, and he became more reclusive in the years that followed. Despite these personal challenges, Darwin continued to work on his research and ideas. In his later years, he published several additional works, including The Descent of Man, in which he explored the implications of his theory of evolution for human beings. He also continued to correspond with scientists and researchers around the world, exchanging ideas and collaborating on scientific projects. Charles Darwin passed away on April 19, 1882, at the age of 73. His death marked the end of a remarkable life dedicated to understanding the natural world. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a testament to the profound impact his work had on the scientific community and the world at large. His theory of evolution by natural selection continues to shape our understanding of biology, genetics, and the history of life on Earth. Though Darwin's ideas were controversial in his time, they have since become widely accepted and have fundamentally altered the way we view the natural world. His work has influenced generations of scientists, philosophers, and thinkers, and his legacy continues to live on today. Charles Darwin may not have had all the answers, but his relentless curiosity and dedication to scientific inquiry have left an indelible mark on human history. As we reflect on the profound impact of Darwin's life and work, it's important to consider not only his scientific contributions, but also the broader implications his ideas had on society. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged not just the scientific community, but also deeply held beliefs about human existence, our place in the world, and the origins of life itself. At the time Darwin published On the Origin of Species, the idea of evolution was not new. The concept had been suggested by other thinkers before him, such as Jean-Baptiste Lamarck and Alfred Russel Wallace. However, it was Darwin who provided the most compelling evidence and a cohesive theory of how evolution occurred, through natural selection. His work brought together ideas from various fields of biology, geology, and paleontology, making a case for evolution that was based on observable evidence, rather than conjecture or religious dogma. While the controversy surrounding Darwin's ideas was significant in his time, it's also important to understand how these ideas influenced the course of modern science. Today, the theory of evolution is a cornerstone of biology, and its principles apply to everything from genetics and genetics-based medicine to the study of animal behavior and the environment. Evolution has shaped how scientists understand the relationships between species, the mechanisms of genetic inheritance, and the patterns of life on Earth. But Darwin's influence extends far beyond biology. His ideas have left an indelible mark on philosophy, ethics, and even social sciences. For instance, Darwin's theory of natural selection has had a significant impact on discussions around human nature and society. His ideas were taken up by social theorists like Herbert Spencer, who coined the term survival of the fittest, though it's important to note that Darwin himself never used this term in relation to human society. In the years following the publication of On the Origin of Species, Darwin's ideas became increasingly important in various fields. The study of genetics, which would come to prominence in the early 20th century, provided further support for Darwin's ideas as it became clear that inheritance patterns followed the principles of evolution. Additionally, the study of fossils and ancient life forms revealed a more complex and nuanced picture of the history of life on Earth, further validating Darwin's theory. However, despite the acceptance of Darwin's theory among the scientific community, challenges to his work have remained. One of the most enduring debates centres on the concept of human evolution. While the evidence for evolution among animals is overwhelming, questions about the specifics of human evolution, particularly the origins of human consciousness, continue to be explored and debated by scientists. While Darwin may never have fully anticipated the extent of his impact, his work laid the groundwork for numerous scientific advancements in the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries. His life serves as a reminder of the power of curiosity and the importance of asking bold questions, no matter how challenging the answers may be. As we continue to advance our understanding of life on Earth, Darwin's legacy continues to inspire new generations of scientists to think critically, explore deeply, and challenge established norms. Darwin's work was not without its personal struggles, as we have mentioned. His health issues, combined with the weight of the controversies surrounding his ideas, made his life difficult at times. Yet, his perseverance in the face of these challenges is something that stands as a testament to his dedication to science. Darwin's story reminds us that even in the face of opposition, persistence, and a commitment to truth can lead to monumental discoveries that change the world. Looking at Darwin's life, it's clear that scientific discovery is not a lone pursuit. While Darwin's genius played a pivotal role in shaping his ideas, he was not working in isolation. He exchanged ideas with other thinkers, and his work was built upon the contributions of countless others, from the fossil discoveries of Georges Cuvier to the evolutionary ideas of Lamarck and Wallace. Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection was a product of collaboration and cumulative knowledge. His ability to synthesize diverse information into a comprehensive theory is part of what makes his work so enduring. As we think about the life of Charles Darwin, it's helpful to consider how his legacy continues to shape the way we view the world. The theory of evolution is more than just a scientific idea. It's a lens through which we can understand the complexity and interconnectedness of life. From the smallest microbes to the most complex animals, the principles of evolution offer us insight into the forces that have shaped life on Earth. And as we relax, letting these thoughts wash over us, it's also worth remembering that Darwin's journey was not just about intellectual achievement, it was also about a lifelong pursuit of understanding the natural world, a curiosity that led him to travel to remote corners of the world, observe the diversity of life, and contemplate the profound questions about existence that we all share. In the end, Charles Darwin's story is a reminder that the quest for knowledge is a never-ending journey, and that even the most revolutionary ideas come from a deep sense of wonder and exploration. His life encourages us to question, to observe, and to appreciate the mysteries of the natural world, all while being open to new ideas that challenge the status quo. It's important to consider not only his revolutionary scientific theories, but also the broader context in which his work unfolded. Darwin lived in a time of significant social, political, and intellectual change, and his ideas both reflected and contributed to these shifts. The 19th century was a period marked by advances in industrialization, the expansion of the British Empire, and the rise of new scientific disciplines. It was also a time when traditional beliefs about the natural world were increasingly being challenged, as new discoveries in fields such as geology, astronomy, and biology began to question the long-held notions of creation. In the years leading up to Darwin's voyage on the HMS Beagle, Europe was undergoing a scientific revolution. Scientists were increasingly looking beyond religious explanations for natural phenomena and seeking empirical evidence to understand the world. The work of figures like Sir Isaac Newton, who had established the laws of physics, and James Hutton, who had developed the theory of uniformitarianism in geology, set the stage for Darwin's own discoveries. Hutton's idea that the Earth was shaped by slow, gradual processes over time influenced Darwin's thinking on the gradual nature of evolution. Darwin's voyage aboard the Beagle in the 1830s was not just a scientific expedition. It was an intellectual journey that would shape his worldview. The places he visited, from the volcanic islands of the Galapagos to the diverse ecosystems of South America, provided him with a rich tapestry of evidence that would help him piece together the theory of evolution. However, Darwin's observations were not just about collecting data, they were about questioning the nature of life itself. As he witnessed the diversity of species and the variations within them, he began to realize that the differences were not merely superficial, but were the result of deep, underlying processes that could be understood through science. One of the most striking aspects of Darwin's work is the way he combined observation, experimentation, and theory. His meticulous attention to detail and his ability to synthesize information from various fields, botany, geology, zoology, and more, allowed him to develop a comprehensive theory of evolution. This interdisciplinary approach set Darwin apart from many of his contemporaries and paved the way for future scientific exploration. Yet, despite his groundbreaking ideas, Darwin was deeply aware of the potential repercussions of his work. He knew that the implications of his theory would challenge not only the scientific community, but also the broader cultural and religious views of the time. Darwin was not the first to suggest that species might evolve over time. Lamarck had proposed an early theory of evolution, and Wallace had arrived at similar conclusions independently. However, Darwin's theory of natural selection was different, because it provided a mechanism for how evolution occurred. Unlike Lamarck, who suggested that organisms could pass on traits acquired during their lifetime, Darwin argued that natural selection, whereby the fittest individuals survive and pass on their advantageous traits, was the driving force behind evolution. Darwin's caution in publishing his ideas is often noted by historians. He spent more than 2 decades refining his theory before releasing On the Origin of Species, in part due to the anticipated backlash. When the book was finally published in 1859, it created a storm of controversy. While many scientists, particularly those in the emerging fields of genetics and paleontology, quickly embraced Darwin's ideas, the religious community vehemently opposed them. The idea that humans were not created in the image of God but were instead the result of a long process of natural selection was, and still is, a deeply contentious issue. This opposition did not deter Darwin, though. He continued to defend his ideas and engage in public debates, ultimately cementing his place as one of the most influential scientists in history. One of the reasons Darwin's theory has remained so influential is its ability to explain the complexity of life in a coherent and scientifically rigorous manner. Today, with the advent of modern genetics and molecular biology, Darwin's theory has been supported and expanded upon in ways he could not have imagined. The discovery of DNA and the understanding of genetic inheritance have provided a detailed mechanism for how traits are passed down through generations, supporting the concept of natural selection. In this way, Darwin's ideas have stood the test of time, evolving alongside new discoveries and technologies. Yet, despite the overwhelming evidence supporting Darwin's theory, there are still those who continue to reject it. The debate over evolution remains one of the most contentious issues in modern society, particularly in the United States, where creationism and intelligent design are still promoted by some as alternatives to the theory of evolution. This ongoing debate highlights the intersection of science, religion, and education, and underscores the enduring power of Darwin's ideas to spark discussion and challenge existing beliefs. As we consider Darwin's impact, it's also important to recognise the personal sacrifices he made for his work. His health, which had always been fragile, deteriorated further in the years following his publication of On the Origin of Species. Some historians suggest that Darwin's chronic illnesses were exacerbated by the stress of the intense public scrutiny and the isolation he felt from his scientific peers. In addition, the death of his daughter Annie, whom he was very close to, left him devastated and further deepened his reclusiveness. Darwin spent the remaining years of his life largely withdrawn from public life, focusing on his research and writing. Yet even in his seclusion, he continued to contribute to the scientific community, publishing additional works, including The Descent of Man, which applied his theory of evolution to human beings. Darwin's contributions to science were not limited to his work on evolution. He also made important discoveries in the fields of geology, plant biology, and zoology. His observations on the geology of the Beagle's voyage contributed to the development of uniformitarianism, the idea that the Earth's features were shaped by slow, continuous processes. His studies of barnacles and the fertilization of orchids also provided valuable insights into the world of natural history. Today, Charles Darwin is regarded as one of the most important figures in the history of science. His work has influenced fields ranging from biology and genetics to psychology, anthropology, and even philosophy. His legacy extends beyond his scientific contributions. However, Darwin's life is a testament to the power of curiosity, persistence, and critical thinking. It reminds us that even in the face of doubt and controversy, it is often the most challenging questions that lead to the greatest discoveries. As we close the story of Charles Darwin, we can take a moment to reflect on his journey, not just as a scientist, but as a person who dedicated his life to understanding the mysteries of the natural world. His work has changed the way we view life on Earth, and has opened up new avenues of inquiry that continue to shape our understanding of the world around us. The American Civil War didn't happen overnight. It was the result of tensions that had been building for decades, tensions rooted in profound differences between the North and South. At the heart of it all was the issue of slavery. In the South, slavery wasn't just an institution, it was their economy. Cotton fields stretched as far as the eye could see, and the labour of enslaved people made the South incredibly wealthy. But it came at an unbearable cost. The humanity of millions denied, their voices silenced. In the North, things were changing. The Industrial Revolution was taking hold, and with it came growing calls to abolish slavery. People were starting to speak out more, questioning how a nation built on the idea of liberty could allow such a system to exist. This wasn't just a difference of opinion, it was a clash of values, one that only grew louder as time went on. Then there was the question of states' rights. Southern leaders believed they had the right to govern themselves without interference, especially when it came to slavery. They feared that the federal government, growing stronger by the year, would strip them of their autonomy. On the other side, many in the North believed that a united country required a strong central government, one that could uphold the principles of freedom and equality. The country tried to hold itself together through compromise. The Missouri Compromise, the Compromise of 1850, these were like bandages on a wound that just wouldn't heal. Each new agreement seemed to deepen the mistrust between the North and South. By the 1850s, things were nearing a breaking point. Laws like the Fugitive Slave Act demanded that even people in free states help capture runaway slaves, and that outraged abolitionists. Books like Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin brought the horrors of slavery to light, stirring emotions on both sides. Then came politics. The Republican Party was formed, with a platform that directly opposed the expansion of slavery. When Abraham Lincoln was elected president in 1860, it was the final straw for the South. His victory wasn't just a political loss, it felt like a direct threat to their way of life. Southern states began to secede from the Union, forming the Confederate States of America, and just like that, the country reached its breaking point. The differences that had been simmering for so long finally boiled over, leading to a conflict that would redefine what it meant to be an American. As you think about these divisions, take a deep breath. Picture the people living through this time, the fear, the hope, the uncertainty. Let the weight of their struggles soften as you relax, knowing that history is full of lessons about resilience, progress, and the power of moving forward. By the spring of 1861, the tensions that had been tearing the nation apart finally reached a boiling point. In Charleston, South Carolina, a small Union garrison stationed at Fort Sumter found itself surrounded by Confederate forces. The fort had become a symbol of defiance for the Union and a test of legitimacy for the Confederacy. Both sides knew that what happened there could set the tone for what was to come. After weeks of tense standoff, Confederate forces under the command of General P.G.T. Beauregard demanded that the Union troops surrender the fort. When Major Robert Anderson, the Union commander, refused, the Confederate forces opened fire on April 12, 1861. For 34 hours the cannons roared, lighting up the harbour with fiery streaks and deafening booms. The soldiers inside Fort Sumter endured the bombardment as best they could, but with no reinforcements and supplies dwindling, Major Anderson had no choice but to surrender. The fall of Fort Sumter was more than just the opening act of the Civil War. It was a spark that ignited the passions of both the North and South. News of the attack spread like wildfire, stirring anger and determination on both sides. In the North, President Abraham Lincoln issued a call for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion. The response was overwhelming, with men from towns and cities across the Union stepping forward, ready to fight for the preservation of the nation. In the South, the bombardment of Fort Sumter was seen as a declaration of independence. More states, including Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas, joined the Confederacy. The divide was now complete, the lines drawn between two very different visions of America. The early days of the war were marked by a sense of optimism on both sides. Many believed the conflict would be brief, with one decisive battle bringing it to an end. Young men marched off to war with confidence, their families cheering them on with flags and songs. But beneath the surface, the reality of what was to come was far graver than anyone could imagine. As you think about the beginnings of this war, allow your mind to soften its grip on the tension. Picture the soldiers standing on the shores of Charleston Harbour, their breaths visible in the cool dawn air, their thoughts uncertain but resolute. Imagine the cannon fire fading into silence, replaced by the gentle rhythm of waves lapping against the shore. Let this moment remind you that even in the face of division, hope and resolve can endure. As the war moved from the hopeful marches of its early days to the grim reality of prolonged conflict, the battles became larger, bloodier, and more devastating than anyone could have imagined. Names like Antietam, Gettysburg, and Vicksburg became etched into the collective memory of a nation forever changed by the horrors of war. In September 1862, the Battle of Antietam unfolded in Maryland. It was a single day of unimaginable carnage. Soldiers clashed in cornfields and along winding roads, with cannon fire and musket shots tearing through the air. By the end of the day, more than 22,000 men were dead, wounded, or missing. The ground was soaked with blood, and the scale of the losses left an indelible mark on those who survived. But out of this tragedy came a turning point. President Lincoln used the Union's strategic victory at Antietam to announce the Emancipation Proclamation, redefining the war as a fight not just to preserve the Union but to end slavery. Then came Gettysburg, the battle often seen as the turning point of the war. For 3 days in July 1863, Union and Confederate forces clashed in the rolling hills and fields of Pennsylvania. The stakes were enormous and the fighting relentless. On the third day, Confederate General Robert E. Lee ordered a bold assault known as Pickett's Charge. Thousands of Confederate soldiers marched across an open field under withering Union fire. The charge failed, leaving the Confederate army battered and retreating. Gettysburg marked the beginning of the end for the Confederacy, but the cost was staggering. More than 50,000 casualties in just 3 days. Further south, the Union Army achieved another critical victory at Vicksburg, Mississippi, securing control of the Mississippi River. The campaign was grueling, with soldiers enduring sweltering heat, constant skirmishes, and the hardships of siege warfare. When Vicksburg fell on July 4th, 1863, the Confederacy was effectively split in two, a devastating blow to their cause. These battles revealed the full weight of the Civil War, not just in numbers but in the profound human cost. Families mourned the loss of fathers, brothers and sons. Soldiers bore the scars of battle, both physical and emotional. The countryside was littered with the remnants of war, broken cannons, torn flags, and fields that once grew crops now filled with unmarked graves. As you reflect on these moments, let your thoughts rest lightly on the courage of those who lived through these battles. Picture the quiet after the storm, the fields growing still, the sun setting over the hills, and the long shadows stretching across the land. Let this image of stillness and resilience bring a sense of calm to your own thoughts, reminding you that even in the darkest times, there is always a path to healing. While the Civil War raged on the battlefields, the lives of those who remained at home were transformed in ways that were just as profound. Families were torn apart, communities reshaped, and everyday life became a constant balancing act between hope and hardship. In the North, industry boomed as factories shifted their focus to produce weapons, uniforms, and supplies for the Union Army. Women took on roles they had never imagined, working in factories, managing farms, and volunteering as nurses. Clara Barton, who would later found the American Red Cross, became a symbol of this era, tirelessly caring for wounded soldiers and earning the nickname the Angel of the Battlefield. But even as the war effort created new opportunities, it brought heartache, with families anxiously awaiting news from the front lines. In the South, the war brought devastation. Cities like Atlanta and Richmond were transformed into hubs of Confederate military activity, but as Union forces advanced, they left a trail of destruction in their wake. Fields that once grew cotton and tobacco now stood fallow or burned. With so many men away fighting, women and children were left to manage farms, often without the resources they needed. Food shortages became common, and Confederate currency quickly lost its value, plunging families into poverty. Both sides experienced the emotional toll of war. Letters became lifelines, offering glimpses of love, worry, and resilience. Soldiers wrote about the hardships they faced, while their families wrote back with words of encouragement and longing. These letters carried the weight of entire relationships, connecting lives separated by hundreds of miles. In addition to the physical and emotional struggles, the war also brought questions of identity and purpose. Enslaved people in the South began to seize opportunities for freedom as Union forces advanced. Some escaped to the North, while others joined the Union Army, fighting for their own liberation and the promise of a new life. The Emancipation Proclamation, announced in 1862, gave their efforts a powerful voice, transforming the war into a fight not just for unity but for justice. Amid all this upheaval, communities found moments of solace. Churches became places of gathering and prayer, offering comfort to those who had lost so much. Music, too, became a source of strength. Patriotic anthems, sorrowful ballads, and spirituals filled the air, reflecting the hopes and fears of a nation at war. As you reflect on the home front, allow yourself to feel the weight of these quiet acts of resilience. Picture a mother sewing by candlelight, her stitches steady even as her heart aches with worry, or a soldier reading a letter from home, finding strength in the words of love and hope. Let these moments of humanity remind you of the enduring power of connection, even in the face of immense challenge. By 1864, the Civil War had entered its fourth year. The hope for a quick resolution had long faded, replaced by the grim reality of a war that seemed to have no end. But momentum was beginning to shift. The Union, under new and determined leadership, launched a series of campaigns that would bring the war to a close, though not without immense sacrifice. General Ulysses S. Grant had risen to command the Union forces, bringing with him a relentless strategy of total war. Unlike his predecessors, Grant was willing to engage the Confederate armies directly, knowing that the Union's superior numbers and resources could eventually wear them down. His overland campaign in Virginia was brutal, with battles like the Wilderness and Cold Harbor leaving tens of thousands dead. Yet Grant pressed on, earning the nickname Unconditional Surrender for his unwavering resolve. In the Deep South, General William Tecumseh Sherman carried out his infamous March to the Sea, cutting a path of destruction from Atlanta to Savannah. Sherman's goal was to break the South's will to fight by targeting not just its armies, but its infrastructure and resources. Railroads were torn up, factories dismantled, and crops burned. The devastation was immense, but it succeeded in crippling the Confederacy's ability to sustain the war. As Union forces closed in, Confederate morale began to crumble. Desertions increased, supplies dwindled, and the reality of defeat loomed. In April 1865, General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, the backbone of the Confederate forces, found itself surrounded near the village of Appomattox Courthouse. With no hope of escape, Lee met with Grant to negotiate surrender. Their meeting on April 9th, 1865, marked the end of the war's major fighting. The terms Grant offered were generous, allowing Confederate soldiers to return home with their horses and personal belongings. His intention was to heal the nation rather than humiliate its defeated half. It was a moment of quiet dignity, the beginning of a long and difficult process of reconciliation. Yet, even as the war ended, its cost was staggering. More than 600,000 lives had been lost, and much of the South lay in ruins. President Abraham Lincoln, who had guided the Union through its darkest hours, would not live to see the fruits of his efforts. Just days after Lee's surrender, Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer, plunging the nation into mourning. The war had answered two critical questions. The Union would endure and slavery would not, but it left behind deep scars, both physical and emotional, that would take generations to heal. The Reconstruction era that followed was fraught with challenges, as the nation struggled to rebuild and redefine itself. As you reflect on the end of this monumental conflict, let the weight of its lessons rest gently in your thoughts. Imagine the quiet after the surrender, the weary soldiers returning home, the fields gradually returning to life, and the first rays of hope shining through the darkness. Let these images remind you of the strength it takes to rebuild and the enduring resilience of the human spirit. When the guns fell silent and the soldiers returned home, the United States was a changed nation. The Civil War had been a crucible, testing the very foundation of the country and reshaping its identity forever. Though the fighting was over, the legacy of this monumental conflict continued to echo through the generations, shaping the path forward for a fractured but hopeful nation. One of the most profound outcomes of the war was the abolition of slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation had begun this process, but it was the 13th Amendment, ratified in December 1865, that formally ended the institution that had defined so much of the nation's conflict. Millions of formerly enslaved people began new lives, but the road ahead was steep. The promises of freedom were met with resistance, and the Reconstruction era revealed just how deep the division still ran. The war also redefined the relationship between the states and the federal government. No longer would the question of secession hang over the Union. The victory of the North solidified the idea that the United States was not just a collection of states, but a single, indivisible nation. It was a hard-fought truth, one that cost countless lives but ultimately preserved the Union. Yet the scars of war were everywhere. The South faced immense physical and economic devastation. Cities had been reduced to rubble, and entire communities were struggling to rebuild. The loss of so many men left families broken and towns forever changed. Even in the North, where victory was celebrated, the weight of the sacrifices made was impossible to ignore. For the soldiers who fought, the war left an indelible mark. Some returned home to rebuild their lives, carrying memories of camaraderie and courage. Others bore wounds, both seen and unseen, that would shape the rest of their days. Memorials began to rise in towns across the country, honouring the fallen and reminding future generations of the cost of conflict. The Civil War also left a legacy of storytelling. Veterans shared their experiences, songs from the era became part of the cultural fabric, and writers like Walt Whitman and Ambrose Bierce captured the emotional depth of the war in poetry and prose. These stories served not only to remember, but to help a nation heal, to bridge the gaps between North and South, and to offer lessons for the future. As you reflect on the legacy of the Civil War, let the enormity of its lessons settle softly in your thoughts. Imagine the strength of a people rebuilding from such a devastating chapter, the resilience to start anew, the courage to face an uncertain future, and the hope that guided them toward a brighter horizon. Let these reflections fill you with a quiet sense of gratitude and peace. In the early years of World War II, as Allied forces faced relentless pressure from the Axis powers, a unique idea began to take shape within the US Army. This concept revolved around an unconventional approach to warfare, the use of deception as a primary strategy to mislead and confuse the enemy. Officially known as the 23rd Headquarters Special Troops, this unit would come to be famously known as the Ghost Army, a name as mysterious and evocative as its purpose. The idea for such a unit stemmed from earlier British successes with deception tactics during the North African campaign. Inspired by the British, the US military leadership decided to create a similar team of highly skilled individuals who could simulate entire divisions and manipulate enemy decision-making through illusions. It was a daring experiment that blurred the line between art and warfare. So, to bring this ambitious vision to life, the military sought out recruits with unique skill sets. Unlike typical soldiers, the Ghost Army was composed of artists, designers, engineers, sound technicians, and even actors. Many of these individuals had no prior combat experience, but were instead recruited from art schools, advertising agencies, and design firms. Their creativity and technical expertise would prove invaluable in crafting the elaborate ruses needed to deceive German forces. From the very beginning, the Ghost Army operated under a veil of secrecy. Its mission was to create diversions, feints, and false operations that would distract the enemy and protect Allied troops during key military campaigns. To achieve this, the unit relied on a combination of inflatable tanks, sound effects, fake radio transmissions, and carefully choreographed movements. Each tactic was meticulously planned and executed, often under immense pressure and with no room for error. One of the Ghost Army's most ingenious methods involved the use of inflatable equipment. Rubber tanks, trucks, and artillery pieces were designed to look convincing from a distance, creating the illusion of a formidable force. These decoys were lightweight and portable, allowing the unit to set up and dismantle fake encampments in record time. The sight of rows of vehicles in strategic locations was often enough to make enemy reconnaissance planes report the presence of a large Allied force. But visual deception was only one part of the equation. The Ghost Army also employed sophisticated sound technology to enhance their illusions. Using state-of-the-art recording equipment, they created audio tracks of rumbling tanks, marching soldiers, and the din of a bustling military base. These sounds were played through powerful speakers mounted on trucks, which could project the noises up to 15 miles away. The combination of visual and auditory deception created an immersive experience that fooled even the most seasoned enemy commanders. The third key element of the Ghost Army's strategy was radio deception. Skilled operators mimicked the communication styles and routines of real Allied divisions, transmitting fake orders and messages to confuse German intelligence. This tactic, known as spoof radio, was critical in convincing the enemy that they were facing a much larger force than was actually present. The Ghost Army's success depended on collaboration and meticulous attention to detail. Each member of the unit had a specific role to play, whether it was painting camouflage patterns, designing inflatable decoys, or coordinating the placement of sound equipment. Their ability to work together seamlessly under tight deadlines was a testament to their dedication and resourcefulness. As the unit prepared for its first major operation, the stakes were high. The Ghost Army had been entrusted with a mission that could determine the success or failure of the broader Allied campaign. Despite the pressure, the men and women of the Ghost Army approached their work with a sense of purpose and creativity that set them apart. This unconventional army, born from a blend of grit and necessity, would go on to play a pivotal role in the Allied victory. Its members knew that their work would remain shrouded in secrecy for decades, but they were driven by a shared belief in the importance of their mission. The Ghost Army was not just a collection of soldiers, it was a testament to the power of imagination in the face of adversity. The Ghost Army's first significant test came in the summer of 1944, shortly after the D-Day landings in Normandy. As Allied forces pushed inland from the beaches, they faced fierce resistance from German troops determined to hold their ground. The Ghost Army's role in this critical phase of the war was to draw enemy forces away from key objectives, creating opportunities for the main Allied forces to advance. Operation Brest was the unit's debut, a deception campaign designed to divert German attention away from an Allied push toward the strategically important port of Brest in northwestern France. Brest was vital to the German war effort as it served as a major naval base and supply hub. Capturing it would severely disrupt German logistics and communications. However, the city was heavily fortified, and a direct assault would result in significant Allied casualties. The Ghost Army's task was to stage a diversion that would weaken the German defences in Brest and allow the Allied forces to strike more effectively. Setting up for the operation required precision and coordination. The unit selected a location approximately 20 miles from Brest to establish their fake encampment. Using inflatable tanks, artillery pieces and supply trucks, they created the illusion of a large Allied division preparing to attack. From a distance, the scene appeared entirely authentic. Rows of vehicles were arranged strategically, while soldiers in the unit moved around the encampment to enhance the illusion. Sound played a critical role in the deception. The Ghost Army's engineers worked tirelessly to create realistic audio effects that mimicked the sounds of an actual military base. Recordings of clanging metal, rumbling engines, and even the distant hum of conversations between soldiers were played through their powerful speakers. These sounds created the impression of an active and bustling division preparing for battle. Radio deception added another layer of authenticity to the ruse. Skilled operators broadcast fake transmissions that mimicked the communication patterns of a real Allied unit. These messages included requests for reinforcements, logistical updates, and discussions of an impending attack. The broadcasts were carefully timed and phrased to ensure they aligned with the visual and auditory elements of the deception. The German response to the operation demonstrated the effectiveness of the Ghost Army's tactics. Believing that a major Allied offensive was imminent, German commanders redeployed troops and resources to counter the perceived threat. This shift in focus weakened their defences in Brest, allowing the actual Allied forces to exploit the vulnerability and launch a successful assault on the city. Despite the operation's success, the Ghost Army faced immense challenges. Operating in enemy territory meant that the unit was constantly at risk of discovery. The soldiers had to maintain the illusion at all times, knowing that even a single misstep could expose their deception and compromise the entire mission. The pressure was intense, but the unit's creativity and discipline ensured that their efforts remained convincing. One of the most remarkable aspects of the operation was the ingenuity and adaptability of the soldiers. They found ways to enhance the realism of their deceptions, using camouflage techniques to hide their inflatable equipment from close inspection, and employing creative storytelling to maintain the illusion during interactions with locals. The success of Operation Brest solidified the Ghost Army's reputation as a critical asset to the Allied war effort. Their ability to manipulate enemy movements and create opportunities for the main forces to advance demonstrated the power of unconventional warfare. It also reinforced the importance of teamwork and innovation in overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges. As the Ghost Army prepared for future missions, they carried the lessons of Operation Brest with them. The experience had tested their resolve and resourcefulness, but it had also proven that their unique approach to warfare could have a profound impact on the outcome of the conflict. The Ghost Army continued to hone its craft, with each operation showcasing an evolution in its tactics. Their next assignments spanned across Europe, where the stakes remained high and precision was essential. In the summer of 1944, the unit supported the Allied advance through France, setting up elaborate illusions to divert German forces from real targets like the River Seine crossings. Their purpose was simple yet crucial: to mislead and confuse the enemy at every turn, allowing the Allied forces to gain strategic advantages. Their efforts involved even more synchronized deception: perfectly crafted inflatable units, convincing radio transmissions, and immersive soundscapes. As the war progressed, the unit's techniques became increasingly sophisticated, with inflatable tanks, trucks, and artillery pieces designed to look even more realistic. These decoys, placed at key locations, tricked German reconnaissance aircraft into reporting large concentrations of Allied forces, buying the real Allied troops precious time. The Ghost Army also refined their use of sound. Engineers strategically placed speakers to project the noises of marching soldiers, machinery and military equipment, rumbles and roars that mimicked an army on the move. Every detail was crafted to ensure the illusion of a bustling military operation. The sound of distant engines, the hum of generators, and the steady murmur of soldiers' conversations were all carefully arranged to create an environment that felt real from miles away. At night, the Ghost Army employed even subtler tricks. Soft, low-frequency noises were played to mimic the natural rhythm of an army resting. These soothing sounds blended seamlessly into the nighttime air, giving the impression of soldiers quietly going about their business, resting for the night. The flicker of campfires could be seen in the distance, their warm glow painting an image of a calm, yet prepared, military camp. These sounds and visuals were designed to not only confuse the enemy, but to offer a momentary sense of peace in the midst of an otherwise chaotic landscape. These moments of quiet illusion brought surprising calm to their surroundings, even as the war raged on just beyond. The soldiers of the Ghost Army knew how to maintain their focus and composure in these difficult circumstances. They understood that mental clarity was just as important as strategic deception. In a time of high tension, they found ways to stay grounded, creating calm moments of respite amid the storm. Their ability to remain level-headed in the face of danger was as vital as the visual and auditory tricks they employed. For listeners tonight, imagine the gentle hum of a fictional camp blending into the stillness of the night. Picture the soft creaking of tents in the breeze, the steady rhythm of soldiers moving quietly about their business, and the flickering glow of a distant campfire. Feel the peaceful atmosphere surrounding you as you let the comforting sounds lull you into a sense of ease. These men and women, though constantly at risk and surrounded by danger, mastered the art of finding peace within chaos, much like how you can let the stillness of the moment help you unwind and drift into sleep. By the end of World War II, the Ghost Army had completed over 20 missions in Europe, each one contributing to the success of the Allied forces in ways that were largely unseen and often unrecognised. Their ability to deceive the enemy through innovative tactics, creating false signals, fake camps, and even misleading decoy operations, had played a vital role in ensuring the success of major offensives. Yet, despite their success, the full story of the Ghost Army was kept a secret for decades after the war. As the war drew to a close, the Ghost Army was disbanded, and many of its members returned to civilian life. For years, the men who served in the unit were sworn to secrecy about their operations. The story of their deception, their creativity, and their courage in the face of danger remained hidden, with only a few veterans quietly sharing their experiences. For many years, the Ghost Army's contribution was overshadowed by more well-known military victories as the world moved forward and focused on rebuilding after the war. However, as the years passed, a renewed interest in World War II and its lesser-known heroes began to emerge. The story of the Ghost Army started to surface, with veterans coming forward and sharing their accounts. Documentaries, books, and interviews helped shed light on the incredible role this group of men had played during the war. Slowly, the world began to recognise the significance of their work and the ingenuity behind their methods of deception. For those who had served in the Ghost Army, their experience was a mix of pride and humility. They had been part of a covert operation that required tremendous skill, teamwork, and bravery. Yet their efforts had often gone unnoticed by the general public. As they shared their stories, they also spoke of the deep bonds formed among the members of the unit, the camaraderie that had sustained them in the face of danger, and the immense satisfaction of knowing they had helped bring an end to one of the darkest chapters in history. As time passed, the Ghost Army became a symbol of how ingenuity and creative thinking can make a difference in the most difficult of circumstances. Their legacy is one of perseverance, resourcefulness, and the ability to turn the tide of battle with nothing more than illusion. The Ghost Army proved that even in the most dire situations, the human spirit can find a way to rise above adversity. Think of how the men of the Ghost Army must have felt as they walked away from their missions, knowing they had made an impact in a war that shaped the world. Their contributions, though not widely known at the time, were just as significant as any traditional battle fought on the front lines. Just as the Ghost Army worked quietly and methodically to achieve their goals, you too can find peace and calm in the quiet moments, allowing your mind to unwind and your body to rest. Their story is a reminder that sometimes the most profound victories are those achieved in silence, in the stillness of the night when no one is watching. And as you settle into this peaceful moment, you can take solace in the knowledge that even the smallest actions can have a far-reaching impact. Feel the weight of the day lifting from you, just as the Ghost Army lifted the burden of deception from the shoulders of the Allied forces. Although the Ghost Army's work was shrouded in secrecy during and immediately after World War II, their legacy would not remain hidden forever. In the years following the war, the significance of their contribution began to emerge, as historians, veterans, and the public began to recognise their invaluable role in shaping the outcome of the war. What began as a covert operation to mislead the enemy had become a model of ingenuity, resourcefulness, and courage. The methods developed by the Ghost Army using sound, deception, and visual illusions would go on to influence military strategies for years to come. The concept of psychological warfare, where the mind is targeted as much as the body, became more widely accepted. These tactics would inform future military operations, as the lessons learned from the Ghost Army's success were incorporated into modern military doctrine. In addition to their impact on military strategy, the Ghost Army story had an emotional and cultural effect. For many years, their deeds went largely unrecognised, but as veterans began to speak out, their experiences resonated with people around the world. The fact that these soldiers had risked everything in a war they could not speak about for decades touched a deep chord. Their bravery, commitment, and camaraderie served as a reminder of the quiet acts of heroism that often go unnoticed in the shadow of more traditional battles. The Ghost Army's efforts also began to be recognised in popular culture. Films, books, and documentaries began to tell their story, ensuring that future generations would understand the significance of their work. Their role in World War II became more than just a historical footnote. It became a symbol of how innovation and creativity could be wielded in the service of a greater cause. Let this story of unexpected heroism inspire you. The men who served in the Ghost Army did not seek fame or glory. Instead, they focused on a mission that was far greater than themselves. Their quiet dedication to their craft echoes in the background of history, just as the calm sounds of the world around you do now. As you relax deeper, allow this story to calm your mind like a sweet melody, or a peaceful nightfall that quietly surrounds you. The knowledge that these men contributed in ways that were largely unseen allows us to reflect on how every action, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, can contribute to something much larger. The Ghost Army may have operated in silence, but the echoes of their efforts resonate still, offering a reminder that there is power in subtlety, in quiet strength, and in the peaceful moments when we step back to reflect. As decades passed, the Ghost Army's influence continued to ripple through both military strategy and cultural memory. The quiet genius of their operations, blending deception with cutting-edge technology, was not just a wartime tactic, but a profound lesson in the value of innovation under pressure. While the techniques they pioneered were initially dismissed as a curiosity, they eventually became essential components of modern military operations, especially in the realms of psychological warfare and tactical deception. Following the war, the value of the Ghost Army's contribution was recognised in unexpected ways. The unit had shown that military success didn't always require sheer force. Sometimes, it was the ability to create uncertainty in the enemy's mind, to disorient, confuse, and mislead. This shift in understanding emphasised the power of non-violent methods in warfare, laying the groundwork for the evolution of modern intelligence operations. Beyond their impact on military tactics, the Ghost Army became a symbol of strength, something that went beyond traditional acts of greatness. The members of this unique unit, ordinary men who found extraordinary ways to serve their country, reminded us that contributions to a greater cause often come in unconventional forms. Veterans who had served in the unit began to tell their stories, and these accounts related deeply with people across the world. The idea that such a vital part of World War II was unsolved for so long made up for the overlooked contributions of everyday individuals. It helped reshape the way we perceive wartime contributions and made it clear that only large, obvious victories are worth remembering. Over time, museums, documentaries, and even novels began to explore their story, bringing to light the importance of creativity in warfare. It wasn't just about military strategy. It was about the courage to think outside the box and confront the enemy with tactics that weren't rooted in physical might, but in the power of perception. These stories remind us that we too can find strength in quiet persistence, and that the solutions to challenges may lie not in confrontation, but in innovation. Now, as you find yourself in a state of ease, the quiet whisper of history lingers. The Ghost Army's legacy teaches us that even in the most uncertain times, there is power in calm and quiet strategy. Feel the weight of your body easing, each muscle unwinding and softening, as you allow yourself to drift deeper into calm rest like a warm blanket. Just like the Ghost Army's methods that brought clarity and purpose amidst chaos, this quiet moment brings peace to your mind and body. This isn't necessarily the ending of our story, but the beginning of a restful journey into the stillness of sleep. Sweet dreams.